Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to something a little bit different here on VSPEED. For the first time ever, production of the Major Series 24 from Le Mans in France. I'm your host and producer, Morgan Cook, here to bring you through this bit of endurance racing, bit of endurance broadcasting as well. It's going to be a fun one here tonight. Hopefully, you're able to stick with us for the entirety of this 6-hour stint and the 6 hours to end this race later on, but we'll see about that when we get there. Let's talk about the racetrack. Just under 8.5 miles these drivers have to conquer around the Circuit de Mans. 13.2 kilometers and change, 33 corners according to iRacing, and it is an absolute beast over the course of 24 hours. Qualifying has concluded. We're going to get to the grid here in about 10 seconds for this absolutely stacked field of drivers. iRatings ranging from as high as almost 8,000 down to drivers around that 1,800 mark. It is going to be a very fun race. Looking forward to it and glad to have you along with us here. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and share so you don't miss a moment of this great racing action here on VSPEED. Without further ado, let's get down to that grid. Starting on the pole in the GTP class, it's going to be Lucas Kornblum. That is MBT Motorsports. Delta Racing GTP is going to start alongside in second. Team DWR, collaboration with SimCoach Setups 26. Protect's going to start outside of them. Prohl Sim Racing Blue starts in fifth. Obsidian Edge in the sixth position. FSG Racing and Black Flag Motorsports will start 7th and 8th. 9th spot will be High Caliber Auto Sports. Impact Sim Sports Chrome starts in the 10th position. 11th will be Nemesis Racing. Team W Key 300 Lemon starts in 12th. 499 Racing in 13th with SimCity Sim Racing in the 14th position. 15th will be Skurdia Pycar Racing. REC Telemetry by Wizards Team starts in the 16th position. 17th will be Paddock GG Black Racing. Hyperion Racing will start in 18th. Rounding out your top 20 in class will be Adrenaline Autosports Alpha and AW Racing Team White, Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha. It's 19th to 20th. And 21st will be Turtle Pace Racing. And that's going to round out your GTP class. Your LMP2s look like this. GazX Racing Team Nemesis starts in the 22nd position. TeamRedX.com SimSport 902 is going to start in second. There they are. Frog Leap Juice Racing Blue and A5 Endurance going to start in that row. Fusion SimSport and Yonk Racing after them. Olympus Esports, Team DWR SimCoach Setups 21. Got plenty of other drivers here on the grid. Let's get, I'm going to keep flagging through your grid here, but we are going to get down trackside and watch these drivers as they roll off on the grid here. Find your favorite driver. So we're pacing here. Large field, 57 cars across all classes. And that is your entire grid here for the Majors 24. Working right now through the Porsche curves. Turns 24 and 25 here. Quick race analysis time. And rather than a race analysis, since most of the oval stuff we normally do here on VSPEED, those parameters are out the window, we're going to talk about the keys to the race. It is a long one, 24 hours, the longest a lot of these drivers will do in their career. Don't compound the mistakes. You're going to make them. Don't make them any worse. And manage changing conditions. It's going to get wet at some point in this race. Make sure to handle that as well as the nighttime conditions here in this 24-hour race. The Porsche pace car is going to enter the pit lane here in mere moments as we look across the Ford chicane. Pace car is in. Barney, the flagman, is ready. And we're green in the Majors 24. Oh, we're wrecking for the lead. The leader's around, off the back. MPB Motorsports. Another spin. for the lead again. DWR's around. LMP2s have taken the green flag, as have GT3 class. Do our best to bounce between all of these classes throughout the event here. Also keep you apprised of which hour we're in, as our ticker not showing which hour, just the minutes. And we don't typically do races this long here on VSPEED, but I'm sure glad to be a part of this one. Delta Racing GTP and Marco Ricci out of chicane number 1. Down to chicane number 2 here in just a few moments. I'll give you a good view of how this racetrack works. See your GTP class fly by, all 21 of them. Then a bit of a gap back. Just a few seconds. Your LMP2 class, there they are. And even a little further back still, there are your GT3s. So you notice the speed difference already. We're on lap number 1. Oh, we got contact here in chicane number 2. Very aggressive this early in the race. But we've seen how much the speed difference is. This is just going to get exacerbated over the course of this 24-hour contest here, as these GTPs are going to have to work through traffic, both the LMP2s and the GT3 class. And it's so difficult to have to work around slower lap traffic constantly. 24 hours. I've done a couple of these endurance races myself, the Daytona 24 and the Spa 24. Nothing quite as intense or intimidating as this Majors 24 here in Le Mans, France. Here through the Porsche curve. Oh, off for second spot. This is the double apex here, where he picked everyone up for the grid. Down into the Corvette curves. Delta Racing GTP looking like they will lead lap number 1 in their BMW. Let's have a look across the Ford chicane. Should see there's the leader right there. Do this double chicane. Then back to start finish. That's going to be lap number 1 in the books. Now this is the gaggle right here. This is what you don't want to see if you're the 499 Racing. BMW, you got a whole bunch of them right behind you. Good crossover here into Dunlop. Turn number 1. 33 is able to get that spot away from him. Here from on the roof of this BMW. Big pass. I think that was an accurate, was. Side by side here, down the main straight. Everyone gets back in line, trying to utilize the draft the best that they can. Such a difficult race. At this point, you're just trying to get yourself a footing, get solid in this race. The tires, we haven't even talked about the tire model. Fairly massive change to it for some of these cars just about a week ago, causing some headaches, some frustrations for drivers all around iRacing. But it has really leveled the playing field and changed the way these cars drive. You had a setup 3 weeks ago, it might not work after that update. Good thing they got places like Majors Garage to help you out with those setups. Obviously, the title sponsor here of the Majors 24. Having a look here at Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue, currently P8 in class in the LMP2s. Have a good look at all these drivers throughout this 6-hour stint. I am sure of it. Only a couple drivers really having some major issues, and that's going to be Team DWR. We saw them spin out of a second position earlier in the race. They are currently 34th overall, with what seems like maybe still some damage on that machine. 21st in the GTP class. So we're going to find that car right in front of the GT3s is where they're hanging out. But again, it's a very long race. Just because you have an issue early does not necessarily mean you are out of it. So we got a battle here for second in the LMP2 class. Leader is about 4 seconds up the road. Let's ride on board. See how you get around this place in an LMP2. A lot of wheel in it there. Bernage down through 21 and 22 into the Porsche curves where we're headed next. Trying to utilize the draft the best you can. Sweeping technical section. Double apex. Loses a little bit of ground here. You can see light on his feet. To the Corvette curves here. And the Ford chicane, not quite able to make up any ground on the A5 Endurance number 98 machine right in front of him. And this is P3 in class in the LMP2s. The Dallara P217 LMP2. Having an excellent run so far. Let's have a look back now at your GT3 class. Top 3 under a blanket, as we say in the oval world. And also apologize to anyone who is familiar with road racing terminology. I'll do my best, but I only know so much about the road racing side of things, and that's mostly from being a driver. So if I say things like loose or tight, I mean things like oversteer, understeer, hood, bonnet, you know, all that fun stuff. Apologies in advance. We're going to do our best here, but we've seen a whale of a race. Top 2 pulling away just ever so slightly from my sport. GBR, who I believe I saw in chat a little bit earlier. Glad to see that. Drivers and teams spending time here with us. This Mercedes is looking bad fast. Look at that paint scheme as well. Falca Black, GT1 leading class right now, Majors 24. About 10 minutes in the opening hour. Already some calamity for a few drivers. As they go down. Mulsanne straight. And look at all these drivers in a perfectly straight line. Banana Racing Team says, I don't want to follow behind everyone else. I want to try and pass here in chicane number 1. Not quite going to make it happen there. Oh, through the blockers there. Driver off the track. That's that pink machine back there. I believe is that Project 91 potentially. It is. Exactly sure who that is behind him. Pass 4 position. Turtle Pace is in the grass. Dirt, I should say. They have gone off the racetrack. Heavy damage for the driver behind him as well. Is that Adrenaline Alpha? It is not. That's probably EW. Let's see who that was with the heavy damage on the nose. Time and scoring not working very well. Oh, it's 499. 499 missing the nose cone. That's not going to turn well. Aero so important for these GTPs, as it is for all of these cars, but especially the GTPs as they're going so fast. Not having that nose piece on the BMW is going to make life very, very difficult for the remaining 23 hours and change. Probably hitting pit road this time, I would think, get that thing repaired. There we go, down the pit lane. There is a leader of the LMP2 class who is absolutely on a tear right now. The gap is fairly hefty. 6 seconds, it looks like. Back to the Fusion SimSport 19. This is, of course, the GazX Racing team nemesis. Number 15, 20th overall first in class. Here's through Dunlop. Now into the S's, big sweeping part of this racetrack. Cars come up over the hill, down that curve, and then head off to the ever important Tertre Rouge. Hopefully I got that right. Probably only going to say another 100 times or so the next 24 hours. But that is the corner number 8 that sets up the Mulsanne Straight. Of course, the fastest section of this racetrack. Right now, where the GazX Racing team nemesis number 15 finds themselves well ahead of the field into chicane number 1. Let's go back up to the front of the field. They find themselves Mulsanne corner down at the bottom of that straightaway. Corner number 14 and 15. We're going to head up this chute, which technically is, as iRacing says, corner 16 right there, 17 in just a little bit, then 18 as they go into Indianapolis. There is Indianapolis right there. The quick kink, then the hard left-hander, down into Arnage, the quick right-hander. A lot of opportunity right where that green car just went through to have an issue. So easy. You get a little bit free right there, a little bit of oversteer, and have the car spin out on you and find yourself up in the dirt. Into the curves that we've talked so much about already. Porsche curves into Corvette curves into Ford chicane. So much great racing on this racetrack. Where to look? Let's have a look back at High Caliber Auto Sports, trying to make a move on FSG Racing. Anything they can do here into the Ford chicane. Chicane 1. Got a good exit out of that one. Now in chicane number 2. Not as good of an exit right there. The runoff area here is so you get a good look at the top of the garage. The runoff area there is so tight to get into the dirt. Go here into Dunlop through the trees. Oh, right on the back bumper. Great entry. But of course, not a fantastic exit. It had to check up so much at the apex of the corner. Gearbox of the 39. Tim Stupel, the driver of the FSG Racing number 39 at the moment. And something that you may have noticed, drivers not on the far left or far right of this straightaway, typically running right down the middle. The reason for that is there's a bit of an aero advantage to be right down the dead center where the crown is. Gets you the least amount of air underneath that machine. Gets you on the best aero platform. Might gain you 100th or so. Definitely important in qualifying and in the draft, as we see. Drivers still trying to duke it out here. This is for 4th overall and in class for the GTPs. Into chicane number 2. It's out of chicane 2. Down the kink. And into Ulsan corner. 14 and 15, heavy braking zone. Fastest part of the racetrack into one of the slowest parts of the racetrack. Very easy to lock them up. Very easy to find yourself in a gravel trap. Or heaven forbid, in the side of another car. Let's have a look at your GT3 class. First, second, and third still under a blanket. Haven't separated themselves very much from each other. Then it's about 4 seconds back to Banana Racing Team all on their own. All on their lonesome. Good battle. Back for 6th in class. Absolute Motorsports GT3, Broken Wing Endurance, Vesta Sport Yellow, and Lumen Motorsports Spark. All within about 1.5 seconds of each other here. We go down this so very long straightaway. I'll remind you again, if you haven't already, like the video, subscribe to the channel, check us out at VSPEED Sim on X or VSPEEDSim.com on the World Wide Web. Get yourself some merch. Check out all we got going on here on VSPEED. If you like what you see, contact us. Maybe we can broadcast a league near you. About 20 minutes into hour number 1 here in Le Mans. Majors 24. We are live here on VSPEED. Glad to be here. Glad to have the opportunity to do this. Also want to give a big shout out to Sim Racing Nation for passing this opportunity along to me. Wouldn't be here without them, so big shout out to Sim Racing Nation, Canada's home for esports. As we have drivers working to the field here, this is the 499 Racing GTP, who has suffered some mechanical issues. Remember, he missed the nose cone earlier. He is currently working through the GT3 class. Obviously, you see how much faster he is than everyone else in this class. Work by him easily as we get the over-the-shoulder cam. Good look at the traction control lights and the ABS lights, all that fun stuff. And that dash on the wheel. It's going to get tight here in Arnage. BMW able to keep a tidy line. I believe AW Racing is on pit road. Issues. Meatball flag. What happened to this team? Let's go back on a replay and see if we can find out. Still on the pit lane. Did not work. Interesting. Well, let's get back to our live shot here. Could not find what happened to them. Back up to your top 5 overall. Obsidian Edge, who started in the 6th position, is up to 4th spot. There in that blacked out number 53 machine. Trying to chase down High Caliber Auto Sports. That would be for 3rd in class. Remember, the race analysis I brought up earlier. It's a long, long race. Do not compound the mistakes that you make. There will be mistakes, just don't make them any worse. And of course, manage changing conditions. Let's have a look at your weather. Let's talk about changing conditions. 108 degrees Fahrenheit on the racetrack. That is undoubtedly going to change. It'll get colder, it'll get hotter. Drivers are going to have to manage all of those conditions. And you might think, oh, what's a few degrees on a racetrack? What's that going to do to the handling of the race car? It changes it drastically. You lose all sorts of grip the hotter the racetrack gets. And the colder it gets, you get more grip in the long run. But when you fire off a pit road, it takes longer for the tires to get up to temp, and you can find yourself in a world of hurt if you back it into a safer barrier or tire barriers here somewhere around this racetrack. I suppose there's probably no safer barriers here, just Armco and tires. Again, from the oval world, so forgive me if I err in my commentary. Love to see a lot of people here in the chat. If you have any questions, any mailbag questions here for us on VSPEED, now is the time. Drop them in the chat. I'll do my best to monitor and read them out and answer them as much as I know on air. If you got questions about VSPEED or anything else that I may be able to answer. Michelin walls a safer barrier. Thank you, Corvette lover. Appreciate that. That's the information that I like to see right there. Chat knows what's up. Back here to 12th overall. REC telemetry by Wizards team. The longest team name in the race, so congratulations on that one. Trying to chase down car racing right in front of them. They're going to do it here at chicane number 2. Turn 12, as iRacing calls it. Here comes a draft through the kink. A little shake and bake if you've seen Talladega Nights. Again, oval. Drag race to Mulsanne corner. Not quite gonna have enough to get alongside and try and get the run off. For now, the position is safe for REC telemetry by Wizards team in the 11th position. A little further back, we got one driver off the racetrack with severe damage repair. That is AW Racing Team White in the GTP class. There's a look at them on pit road. Been on pit road for about 5.5 minutes here, still trying to get this thing fixed and get out there on the racetrack. Something unfamiliar to oval fans about this style of racing. It is highly likely the margin of victory will be over a lap. Something we don't ever see in oval. We talk about margins in terms of seconds. Here we're talking about margins in terms of laps, of miles, how large this racetrack is, and simply how long this race is. Should be a lot of fun to be here all the way throughout. We have an excellent battle here. It's for top 5 in the GT3 class, Absolute Motorsport. GT3 trying to chase down Echelon Sim Sports. The gap about 0.2 of a second. What do we got here off the gearbox of Echelon Sim Sports? Listen to that McLaren purr. Interestingly enough, the GT3 class is dominated by the McLaren. Oh, issue for Pole Sim Racing Line. just dropped a good number of positions. Let's see if we can go back on a replay and figure out what happened. Little self-spin into the dirt. We'll get that thing back righted. Good rejoin here. Well, maybe a little tight on the rejoin, but regardless, we're back racing. When I talk about don't compound mistakes, a great example is don't pull out in front of somebody when you're trying to rejoin. That is a good example. How are VW ET boys doing? Well, let's go have a look here. Let's see if we can find that team. I'm assuming you're talking about Broken Wing Endurance team. They find themselves 40th overall, 7th in class. Right behind that battle with Echelon and Absolute Motorsports. Get a little onboard action here, a little fan request, if you will. Joshua Grosso. Probably Grosso. Apologies. Sightlines, not the greatest here in the McLaren, especially from the passenger seat, which, why would it need to be? I mean, you're in the passenger seat. I've always found the architecture, the interior of these cars to be very interesting. The way everything is, with all the buttons you have, with the dash the way that it is, your brake bias knob, as well as the strap along your right side, I always found very interesting in these cars. Appreciate that, Kabiki. Loving the commentary. Thank you very much. And if you haven't already, make sure to like, subscribe, so we can reach even more people. Even more people can see this commentary. I'm having a lot of fun up here. This is good stuff. And if you missed at the top of the show, as SimCity Racing 9-7, we're going to put a pin in that for just a second. We got a bit of an issue here. For the SimCity Racing team, they have disappeared. Yeah, not back in the session yet. Not sure what happened to the 971 in the GTP class, as we have caught lap traffic. We are in the thick of the GT3s here. Anyway, as I was saying, we're doing an endurance race here, obviously, but I'm doing an endurance broadcast solo here for 6 hours to start this thing off. So if you like what you see, definitely give this one a like. Because goodness gracious, this is going to be a marathon. Pole Sim Racing just worked around. Team WP300 Lemon on the pit lane. Looks like they got some damage. What happened to that machine? Oh, heavy damage to the left front, right front. Apologies to that machine. Oh, spin in the S there, in one of the curves here. Caught the grass, it looks like. Heavy damage to that machine. That is going to take probably 10 minutes to repair. Put them a number of laps down. There they are, flashing the lights in despair. As now that we've caught lap traffic, your top three have caught up to your leader. Delta Racing GTP has some company at the front of the field. '23 machine, use the reset, is what chat is telling me. Thank you again, Corvette lover. Somebody's plugged in. That's what we like to see here. Well, that's Lemon Racing here. They are still on the pit lane. Team WP300 Lemon down to 19th overall, 18th in class. Of course, it's hard to pass cars when you're on the pit lane, but they'll get back out here in just a little bit. One thing different about this Majors 24 versus all the other iRacing official events. The iRacing officials, they go in 4 splits, or 4 time slots, I should say. So if you start on the Friday afternoon one and you have a bad run, whatever, forget about it. Just hop in the Saturday morning one. It's fine. Not the case here. We only got one shot at it. There is only one. Majors 24, only one time slot. I think 11 splits is what we have here for this race. Top 4 obviously are broadcasted. And then the other ones are happening right now simultaneously, but not broadcasted. But this is all you got. If you have a bad race, there is no redo. There is no mulligan. You got what you got. Now, there is a fast repair, something I forgot to mention at the top of the show. Thank you, chat, for reminding me. I think we almost had a spin back here, actually. So, drivers do get one opportunity to fix their race car if they find themselves in a situation where their car is damaged beyond the point of drivability. You're going to want to be selective of when you use that. Obviously, try not to use it, period, would be awesome. But be selective. Try not to use it here in the first half an hour of the race. We are only 32 minutes in to a 24-hour race. A lot of time left here. There's a safer barrier we were talking about earlier. There it is. Down through the Armco of the Corvette curves. This racetrack is full of cars all over the place. I think my favorite thing about these endurance races is just hearing the roar of the engines, all the different pitches, sounds, how well these cars are able to work through the gears, go up over the curves, accelerate, decelerate. It is really, really incredible. Another driver on pit road here. I think this is, funny enough, this is, for Jesse, apologies. They're on pit road right now. Frog Leap Juice Racing Green, their GT3 entry. Let's see what happened to bring them down pit road. It's like they lost the rear wing somewhere. That is not going to help the downforce at all on that machine. They got the wing back on it. Going to get ready to go back out there. I know there is another Frog Leap Juiced Racing team. There they are, the GTT class, or LMP2 class. We'll get this straight eventually. Running P24 7th in class in that 97 machine. Down here into Ford chicane. There's two of them, I think. That's how they do that. Hard to say. Regardless, corners 30 through 33 right before the start finish. Huge battle number 22. Now look at this gaggle. Thank you, Clement. Yeah, look at this. Look at this wad of cars. From iRacers for Fun all the way back. Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie. McMania Racing League. Jens Brothers Competition 1996. Lumen Motorsports all in this group, as well as a GTP trying to get by them, flashing the light saying, get out of the way. We got places to be up here. Through the trees. Oh, down to the inside. Contact. Oh, he got him loose. He's going to put him in the fence. In the Armco barrier. He goes. Oh, my goodness. 3 wide still. Oh, they're still dooring each other. Oh, my goodness. What an action-packed corner and a half. For iRacing for Fun, the 22 machine just dropped about 5 positions. Muscled out of the way 2 different times. Into the wall, hopefully. the left front is okay. Look at all the gravel on the racetrack. Another thing iRacing added here in the last year or so is debris. Old debris making her return to the racetrack. What a gaggle. All this happening just outside top 10 in class. A little further, this is headed in class, Project 91 Racing Team Green. 43rd overall. Oh my. If you're a GT3 driver, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Seeing a GTP or an LMP2 just sailing up the entry, hoping that it sticks, is such a terrifying thing for all these GT3 drivers. They're just waiting for the moment when one of those fighter pilots make a mistake. Let's get back up to the top of the sheet here. Top 5 overall. Sees a couple drivers here together. ProTech, Obsidian, and FSG Racing. Trying to figure out who's gonna run on the bottom step of the podium at the start of this race. Sorry, apologies. That is 4-5-6. So they are trying to figure out who's going to be just outside the podium early in this race. I also hear, where am I from, Mr. Commentator? That would be Saskatchewan, Canada, is where I currently reside. We just had a pass for the lead for the first time since the spinning of lap number 1. High Caliber Autosports is going to take over the top spot here. Delta Racing GTP back to second, just biding their time. ProTech Motorsports hanging on to the 3rd position. We have some pit stops here. We have hit the fuel limit. Mark it in the calendars, folks. 11 laps for your LMP2s. The vast majority of that field is on the pit lane at this moment. All right. This is your leader of class, the only one who did not pit on this lap, which that's curious. Are they getting better mileage than everybody else? Maybe they just thought they could stretch it a little bit better. Maybe they made a mistake. Very curious to see if for Makeway Endurance, the number 30 machine, beautifully painted Delara. No, we can't see any fuel numbers here on the dash. That would be a competitive advantage. Wouldn't want that. Interested to see if that is the most someone can go on fuel. Devin Young getting after it. Should be seeing this Makeaway Endurance number 30 on the pit lane this time by, I would imagine. Impact Sim Sports trying to make a move around Picard Racing. Oh, and they're absolutely going to do it here into the first chicane. Crazy to think that at one point in time, that entire straightaway was just a straightaway, no chicanes. Full throttle all the way down this, what seems like 2 miles. It's got to be at least 2 miles straightaway. They added these chicanes because down at that final corner at the end of the straightaway, Mulsanne corner, very easy to make wheel contact and fly up in the air over the Armco guardrail. And that's a day ender and potentially a lot more than that. So to make these a little bit safer, add a couple chicanes to slow these drivers down. My oval fans, this is the reason why we have a chicane at the Charlotte Roval just before the start-finish line, as well as the Daytona Road Course NASCAR version just before the start-finish line, to keep these drivers safer, I guess, and make sure that these cars stay on the racetrack. Chat's telling me Greg Brooks, thank you. Best he's ever done in LMP2 was 11 laps with about 4.8 liters remaining, but he was about 2 seconds off pace. So yeah, definitely some fuel saving happening. And Makeway Endurance, you can't see it right there. There they are. There they are on pit road. So they can go about a lap further than everybody else, or everyone else just playing a little bit more conservative than they were. You're going to want to bolt on 4 fresh tires, or potentially double stint. I would probably put on tires since there is no tire limit here as far as I'm aware. Chad will probably correct me on that. This is, in fact, split 4. Great question. Great question from Exila17. So, plus 1 lap. That simply means that they are 1 lap or more behind the leader. So, for example, that 177 machine currently finds themselves 51st overall in GT3s. My timing and scoring is showing relative to the leader overall, not to the class leader. So, currently, the 177 of Valkyrie XP Green is currently 1 lap, between 1 and 2 laps behind MPB Motorsports 1, who's leading the GTP class, who is also on pit road. We see right in front of us, 13 laps is the number for these GTPs. That is why we have the plus 1. And then if it's below a lap, it is a time difference between the leader and the car we're looking at. So that is why we have plus 1, plus 2. We'll probably see numbers go very high, plus up to 400, as we have about 409 laps estimated in this race. Imagine the Chevy Cup car at full noise without the chicanes. Yeah, that's yikes, especially with that RCR brake package. Wouldn't want that. Car racing, making some passes off of the pit lane here. Scheduled stops for everybody. Only classes not yet at the pit lane are your GT3s, and the gap first to second still very tight here. Alka Black, GT1, Team Nishiken, still in lockstep. Bit of fall off back to iSport GBR, back about 3 seconds or so. Three wide. Down the straight. Oh, they're going to split the class leader. There they go. There they go. It's a bit of an interesting feeling when you're in a GT3 car and you see these rocket ships sailing around you. There really is nothing like it, and that's one of the most fun things about endurance racing. Also, one of the most frustrating things about endurance racing is knowing that you might be able to break even with one of these cars into the corner, but as soon as they touch the loud pedal, they are going to gap you off the corner. Here is this Mercedes class leader, just found out. There's another one. Gonna sail on around him. So much fun all these drivers are having. This is one of those races where in about 16 to 18 hours, drivers are going to start to get loopy. You're going to start to have some of those fun 2 a.m. conversations is what we call them here, at least in my time zone here in Mountain Central, depending on the day over here in Saskatchewan. Is the just hanging out with the guys, hanging out with the team, having a, talking about whatever while you keep your car on the racetrack and try and survive the nighttime hours, as it is going to get dark here at some point in this race, as we have a whale of a battle here. Up in the GTP class, still all right together. ProTech, Obsidian, FSG, and MPB Motorsports. 5 cars under a blanket. Delta Racing, GTP, leading this group as well. So 3rd through 7th, all hanging out in lockstep right together. Let's go indeed, Chad. Let's go. A lot of fun. A lot of fun we're having here. Hopefully you are as well. We got 77 people watching right now. And I want to ask, it's some places it's a little later in the morning than it is where I am right now. What are you guys doing to stay awake here in the morning? And what are you going to do to stay awake for the second stint, which is going to start at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, midnight Pacific? What are you going to do then? Chat, let me know. Curious to see what your guys' strategies for staying awake are. Driver on pit road here. Jaden Harrison, team DWR, back on the pit lane. Today making their first stop. They did not pit. They, of course, had issues on lap number 1. Had to bring it down the pit lane. Fantastic note. Kabiki, P1 did not take new tires, kept it on the old hot tires. P2 through 7 did. What is it gonna, how's that gonna pan out? That's a great question. That is a great question. And what I can tell you, I mentioned the iRacing update here from a few days ago, earlier in the show. It absolutely, as we are up on the headrest here, looking through this Porsche 963 GTP machine for MPB Motorsports 1. These tires take 3, maybe not here, maybe 2 laps here to warm up fully to where you can really get after it. So not taking tires is going to help you on the short run. You're going to be able to fire off pit road with that full fuel and those warm tires. You should have about optimal grip. You'll be pretty close to optimal grip. The problem is going to get you potentially at the end of the run. If you can't manage the tire wear properly throughout the run, then you're going to really struggle on the backside of that second run where the tires really start to degrade and fall off. That's the give up you're going to have. So if you're having a short dash to the end, maybe a 5-lap dash to the end, I probably wouldn't take tires. But if you're going to have to go the full fuel run, we'll see how that balances out. As of course, High Caliber Auto Sports is now about 8 seconds in front of Delta Racing GTP. They are sailing right now. So yeah, definitely appreciate the insight from chat. A lot of information that I just simply don't have access to, that some of these team drivers are feeding me. Appreciate it, and please keep it up. Definitely much appreciated here to have all the information we possibly can here on VSPEED. Let's go back. Let's do a quick through your field of, let's do the LMP2 class. Let's have a look at those drivers and see where everyone's hanging out right now. GazX Racing Team, Nemesis, currently leading the class. Martin Statman is the driver. A5 Endurance finds themselves right behind them. Dane Anderson driving that 98 machine. Then Olympus Esports Artemis with David Vanderwalls, the second, if you will. Team RedX.com SimSport 902, piloted by Finn Dressel, currently in the 24th position. Fifth overall in class, Team DWR Simcoach Setups 21 by Tane Hodison. Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue 97 machine, sixth in class, Brandon Grosh. Make Way Endurance led earlier in the race, Devin Young. Obviously has the largest of the fuel tanks, it seems like. Was able to stretch it one extra lap than everybody else. They are seventh in class. AITT Revolution E-Racing 240 by Will Buchanan, currently 8th in class. Placebo International SimSport by Jack Aisley in the 90 machine, 9th in class. Yonk Racing by Eston Ziegelbauer. Hopefully I got that one right. Please do correct me if I got that one wrong. I will get you an hour countdown here in just a second. 10th overall. Sorry, 10th in class. Not overall, 30th overall in class. I'm going to get this right eventually, I swear. We only got another 5 hours to figure this out. Fusion Sim Sports, 11th in class in the 19 machine. Gary Thomas piloting that one. Proton Racing UA. Yevon Pashenko, 12th in class. And 499 Racing, the 498. Todd Swanson is 13th in class, 33rd overall. We are about 8 minutes away from finishing the first hour of this race. At that time, I'm going to take a quick step aside as the GT3 class has hit the pit lane for the first time today. Let's call that about 15 laps. Obviously getting the best mileage. Not unexpected by any stretch. These cars, the slowest on the racetrack, but typically the closest racing, which is always a lot of fun to watch. If you haven't already, let's make sure, check out VSPEEDSim.com. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, don't miss a moment of this action. Hit the notification icon so you can get woken up for the late stint that we're going to be here for in a number of hours. You don't want to miss the closing of the Majors 24. Well, you don't want to miss the opening either, so don't go anywhere. Stay right here all day. All day. Stay here. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I'm your lead in production, Morgan Cook, just doing a solo show here, a little endurance commentary for an endurance race. Seems apt for the situation. Top 6 in the GT3 class if you have to hit the pit lane. Make that top 7 as Empire Racing had pit at one point, but that was for a bit of damage repair early in this race, so they have not hit pit road on this cycle by any stretch. Still, epic battle in the GTP class. Bunch of cars all together. Obsidian getting the edge right now. ProTech right in front of them. FSG Racing. I believe that is Hyperion Racing. No, it's not. Regardless, some drivers here in a great battle. Regardless of who it is, it's still a lot of fun to watch. Update on AW Racing Team White. They are out of the pits, back on the racetrack. Currently 55th overall, 21st in class. About a lap and change behind the leader. For those of you paying attention to that team, glad to see them out of the pit box and back on the racetrack. Back up here to the Obsidian Edge GTP machine. This Cadillac, one of the best sounding cars on iRacing, in my humble opinion. camped out in chicane number 1. Watching these drivers sail into this corner. Careful not to hit that sand trap. We got the lights flashing. Intimidation factor high. For those of you who have ever played those mid-2000s NASCAR games. NASCAR 2004, 5, 6, that era. The Intimidator button. Hit square or X on your PlayStation or Xbox respectively. Get that car in front of you wobbling a little bit. That's what the lights are trying to do. Make sure drivers get out of your way. More drivers on pit lane. This is the rest of your GT3 class. We'll do a quick GT3 through the field once everyone finishes up with this sequence. Three minutes and change away from completing hour number 1 of this 24-hour behemoth of an event, the Majors 24. I'm glad to have everyone with us. Still 81 people, 82 now, watching this event. I want to thank every single one of you for being a part of this. Not only for watching and making this event a success, but for the comments, for the insider information. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And just for being good sports here. Doing my best up here. Appreciate the kind words. So we have A5 Endurance on the pit lane. They are the only driver off sequence, it seems, in this LMP2 class. But like I said, everyone now is off pit road for the GT3s. Let's do a quick, well, it won't be quick because there's so many of them. There's 23 of these machines, a through your field. As we have an excellent battle for the lead. First time we've seen someone besides the 18 Valka Black GT3 car lead for a little while. This is Team Nishikin. Probably didn't say that right. Apologies. Regardless, they are leading the GT3 class in the 24 machine. Kazuki Fushita. Again, apologies if I'm not saying that right. Doing my best. They are currently leading here in their McLaren machine. Most of these cars are McLarens, which is quite interesting. Notice that. Valka Black GT1. Carol Stott currently running in P2. iSport GBR. Will Griffiths P3 in class. 36th overall in the 50-47 machine of Banana Racing Team by Elza Pukkanen. Finds himself in 4th in class. Absolute Motorsport, Isolith, GT3, the 56 machine by Fabio Cambella, 5th in class. Broken Wing Endurance Team, 6th in class. Joshua Grosso, we saw him earlier. Echelon SimSport, GT3 Purple. There they are 7th in class. 33 seconds until we flip over to the second hour of this race. The ticker only holds 1 hour at a time. Apologies for the confusion, folks. We still have plenty of time left in this race, so settle in, get some snacks. You're going to need them. 8th in class, Vesta Sport Yellow, Filippo Canello. The 20 machine in 9th spot in class, Cracked Racing, Liam Giles. Project 91 Racing Team Green, Jose Manuel Montegudo. In the 10th spot, Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie. Ultimate Battle, Badmus. Jens Brother Competition, 1996, David Bunger in 12th in class. Aerokinetics Blue, Matty Francis, 13th in class. Valkyrie XP Green, 14th in class with Nazar Elad. Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green with Vinny Nguyen, 15th in class. Team Tryhard with Kristen Sondergaard, apologies. 50th overall, 16th in class. Empire Racing, Scott Rister, 17th in class. Vicmania Racing League with John Zhu, 18th in class. The Speed Eagles, Jacob Onsley, Olesny, go with that. 19th in class. Pace Syndicate, Rosemary, Marcus Konitza, 20th. iRacers for Fun, Laura Gale, they are 21st in class. Lumen Motorsports Spark, Sebastian Callejas, 22nd in class. And rounding out your entire field, Sorrento Motorsports GT3 with Niels Dasenberg. They are 23rd in class, 3 laps off of the overall leader. So that's a look at your GT3 class. Let me know who your favorite GT3 driver is, as we have a pretty solid logjam of cars here. We know who Jeff Lubick's cheering for. Let's go Grasso. Let's go Grasso. Second time we've seen that in chat here today, so keep it up. We appreciate every single one of you hanging out in the chat. Logjam of cars, as we've got LMP2s, GT3s, everyone trying to work their way through. A little further back here, look at this group of drivers. I think this is actually, that's second position now overall. MPB Motorsports 1 making the pass, trying to go get the lead away. High Caliber Auto Sports, about 5 seconds up the road. The first 2 or 3 times through traffic are definitely always the most treacherous for the faster classes. Slower classes as well, but because you see things like this, where you have a whole bunch of GT3 cars lined up nose to tail. On this part of the racetrack, this long straightaway side of it, it's not so bad because you're able to get it wound up and pass left, pass right. But when we get through the chicanes, through the S's, Porsche curve, Corvette curve, Ford chicane, even down in Indianapolis and Arnage, you're liable to have some issues. Not quite as wide, not quite as much room as right here on the racetrack. Look at this land rush. This is unbelievable stuff here. Through the trees? Too many trees. Too many trees. Door to door, this for 8. In class. Everyone gets it righted. A lot of debris kicked up off the exit where these sand traps are. Delta rates it. GTP slowly losing its grip on this race. Of course, led a good chunk of that early stint. Now find himself in third. Solid battle for second in class. Would be 22nd overall in the LMP2s. TeamRedX.com, SimSport 902, and the Olympus Esports Artemis doing battle here through Dunlop. Now into the S's. And through Rouge. Very fast corner here sends you down this long straightaway. And soon enough, after the foot's to the floor for a little while, you find yourself in chicane number 1. Little side-by-side action here. Pass completed into the chicane. And you exit chicane 1 again down this long back straightaway. Into the second chicane, a little bit down this stretch. There it is. Same thing, just pointed the other direction. And once you're done with that, how about the kink? And then down towards Mulsanne corner. Got some good 3 wide action here that we're going to see funnel in to this very slow, very tight corner. Look at all this traffic. Then once you get off that corner, now it's time for the run to Indy, run to Indianapolis. Narrow section of the racetrack. Very fast section of the racetrack down in Indianapolis. The kink and then the 90-degree left-hander, like, who would have thought? Indianapolis. Of course, that pinnacle of motor racing as well. Followed up by Arnage on the right side. Right there. Driver's going through it. Right here. So you got the 90-degree left, then you got the 90-degree right. Just going to take you through turns 21 and 22, which are really just correction curves on the straightaway, into the Porsche curves. This is where things get really fun. Here we are on the safer barrier of the Porsche curve. Driver's going to get as close as they can to this wall without hitting it. A lot of speed to be gained if you can get right up beside that wall. And once you're out of the Porsche curve, you're into the Corvette curves. Down into the Ford chicane, which right now lays dormant. It's about to, there it is. Now we're alive with one machine. There's the rest of them. Oh, one down pit road here. This double chicane to end off the lap and go right to the start-finish line. We find our man Barney, who is going to be standing there for quite a while. Just been hanging out here for the last hour and 20 minutes or so, holding the green flag just in case something exciting happens here on the front stretch. You can see the timer there, the Rolex timer, 2 hours, 45 minutes left here in this race. Again, want to thank everyone for being a part of this. All the fans, all the drivers. Having the opportunity to be part of such a massive event is really an honor for myself and everyone here at VSPEED. You know what we haven't done yet? How about a little through your field for your class-leading GTPs? Hi, Colorado Sports. In the 831 is your overall leader. MPB Motorsports 1, they find themselves second in class. Delta Racing GTP, third in class. Obsidian Edge GTP is fourth overall. How about ProTech Motorsports? Running in that fifth position. FSG Racing in the sixth spot. Hyperion Racing now in seventh. REC Telemetry by Wizards team. They are eighth. Again, longest name I think we have here, so congrats on that. Nemesis Racing in ninth, and also in a gaggle of cars trying to work their way through this slower traffic. Impact Sim Sports Chrome rounds out your top 10 in the GTPs. Black Flag Motorsports, number 81 machine, in 11th. 12th, Scuderia Picard Racing. Paddock.GG Black in the 13th position. Pole Sim Racing Blue is 14th. Team DWR and Sim Coach Setups 26 in 15th. Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha in 16th. Turtle Pace Racing up from their 21st in class starting position up to 17th. Sim City Racing 971 in 18th spot. 499 Racing has joined their class again after some heavy damage early in this race. They are 19th. And Team WP300 Lemon find themselves in 20th in class. One other team I should say. AW Racing Team White on the back foot right now. Heavy damage to start this race. Oh, heavy damage behind him. Driver well off the pace. That is Frog Leap Racing. Heavy contact. What happened there? Happened well early in the lap here, as there's still damage. Here we go. This was up in Dunlop. Down through the S's. This is really early in the lap this happened. To have to muscle this car around for the rest of the lap is less than ideal. Suboptimal is somewhat. Oh, crash in front of a big wreck. 3 drivers involved here. The 21 machine of AW Racing Team White. Just talked about how they were getting it back together. They were part of it. I don't know who the other driver is. Let's go back here one more time and have a look at it. And what happened to cause this, too? This is a weird incident. See, ASR, that's the 98 machine. It looks like maybe they just downshifted when they should have upshifted. That is a bizarre incident. But it took out the 98 as well. Not seeing here on my timing scoring. Oh, that's A5 Endurance in the LMP2 class, currently last in class with a meatball flag. What a bizarre incident. Happened right behind this GT3 class. That's going to shake up the running order just a little bit. We're going to take a quick step aside here. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Majors 24 here on VSPEED.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Back here live on VSPEED. The Majors 24. Here working hour number 2. About 22 hours and 45 minutes left in this absolutely grueling endurance race. If you're just joining us, it's been a wild one so far. High Caliber Auto Sports currently leading the way, but they have it. They got a car right on the back bumper. MPV Motorsports 1 trying to take that lead away. We saw multiple drivers spin on lap number 1 from the lead of the GTP class. We've seen a few drivers have to use that fast repair already. We just recently had an incident between AW Racing Team White, A5 Endurance, and Frog Leaf Juice Racing Green. 3 different cars, 3 different classes involved in an incident here in the S's. Been a fun one so far. If you haven't already, now is the probably the best time that you could like the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification icon so you don't miss a moment of this great racing action. Like, how about a little pass into chicane number 1 down the backstretch here? Mulsanne straight. Run all the way out to those tires. And then try and get the run off of the corner here. VSPEED, a primarily oval series broadcasting company, find ourselves in the honorable position to be broadcasting this 4th split of the Majors 24, presented by Major Series and Majors Garage. I want to give a big shout out to everyone who helps make this thing possible. Mike Olette organizing this phenomenal event, all 11 splits of it. Thank all the drivers and all the fans, everyone watching. There are 63 of you still watching here live. Appreciate it. All the comments in the chat, positive words, all the insider info. Love all of it. We got a driver here way off track, spitting up all the gravel. No, folks, do not adjust the television sets. That is gravel off these tires. Very easy to litter the racetrack with debris. That yellow and red flag with the stripes on it shows up when you got gravel or other debris on the racetrack, gravel or grass or whatever have you. This here, battle for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the GT3 class. Follow right behind the Absolute Motorsports 56, which we are on with the Project 91 Racing Team Green. See just how close these drivers get to one another, right on the back bumper. Trying to see what kind of geometry they're working on in that diffuser on the McLaren in front of them. I mentioned it earlier. Obviously, the entire LMP2 class is the same car. They're all the Dallara P217. There is no difference, different makes or manufacturers. You have one car for that class. The GT3s, you have a large number of options for cars you can drive. But funny enough, of the 23 drivers here, about 18 of them are running the McLaren. There's one Mercedes I can see, a BMW, a Ferrari, and Acura, and that's about it. But it's vast majority are McLarens here in this race. I'm not sure exactly what advantage McLarens have here versus other racetracks, but clearly it's something. So that means it really comes down just to setup and how well you can execute around this racetrack. A lot of time to be gained, a lot of time to be lost here at this facility, as lap times don't really fall off. Project 91 Racing Team we're riding on board with right now, they just set their fast lap of the day as we have a just about 3 wide battle down into Indy. Oh, up into the gravel a little bit. 5 cars really trying to figure out who wants this spot the most. Project 91 going to lose a spot to Jen's Brother Competition 1996. Still door to door as we head off into the Porsche curves. Oh, he turned him! He got him in the door. Into the gravel trap he goes. Project 91 racing team. Do a little bit of off-roading. Might get a little bit more help here. Oh, that was just about insult to injury from Adrenaline Blue. Sorry, Adrenaline Charlie. What a save. Let's see if we can go on board here and watch that back. Watch his hands. Woo! That's getting after it. Great work. Saving that thing by Jose Manuel. He got all of that one. My goodness. Fusion Sim Sports on pit road here. Little pit stop. A few other drivers on pit road as well. Little pit stop action. Good battle here for fifth. ProTech Motorsports FSG Racing in the GTP class. BMW and a Cadillac going at it. It's definitely the GTP class where we see the most variance in the car counts. There's a Porsche leading, a Cadillac running second, a BMW third, and an Acura in 14th. Acura's not having a good day so far. Ferrari running 16th. So a lot of drivers, a lot of cars represented well here in this class, and every car has a couple. We should be getting pretty close here. This next pit stop, and we should see pit stops here from your GT3 class in just GTPs in just a couple laps here. Obsidian Edge off the back of the Fortune King. Let's see what caused that incident. So far, so good in the first chicane. Oh, I'll hop the curb. Little slow spin there. But able to get it righted. Lost a few positions, but all in all, could have been a lot worse. These cars being so low to the ground makes it easy to hit a curb wrong, pop it up in the air, unload suspension, have it make it spin, whatever have you. We should be getting pretty close to driver changes. Pretty close. So for those of you who have never seen, never understood how endurance racing works, give you a quick rundown. Multiple drivers in this race, I believe it's between 3 and 8 drivers allowed on a team, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong about that. Regardless, multiple drivers share the same car. So unlike NASCAR, unlike IndyCar, where you have one driver per car, you have multiple drivers in this one race car. So driver 1 will run for an amount of time, usually it's around 2 hours. They will come in, driver 2 gets in the car, driver 1 goes and probably has a nap, becomes a spotter, whatever. Crew chief, whatever, however the team decides to do it. Driver 2 will go out and do their stints, and then they will come in. Driver 3 will take over, and then so on and so forth, so that every driver stays fresh enough to be competitive, and it gives everyone the ability to, as we have make way endurance on the pit lane. There they are. There's a better shot of them. I'll get it right eventually on pit road. But it gives drivers the ability to stay focused. If you were to do this entire race, all 24 hours by yourself, you would be struggling, to say the least. Absolutely struggling. I mean, you get tired, your reflexes get a little dodgy, your thinking, your processing gets a little bit slower, and you start to kind of take things for granted, get into a lull, and that's when accidents happen, that's when mistakes happen. So you want to keep everybody fresh, you want to make these stints happen. And some drivers will go maybe 3 hours, 4 hours. It really just depends on what your team makeup looks like and really how good your drivers are at staying focused. As we have a lot of gravel on the racetrack. Tons of gravel here. Right now, having a look here at the Project 91 Racing Team green machine. Remember, this is the driver that got sideways and spun off the back. iSport GBR. iSport GBR is not disconnected. They are on pit road. Not, I think maybe some damage there. They're still in the session. Am I streaming the whole 24? No. I am streaming the first 6 hours. Then I'm going to take a 12-hour break, and then I will stream the last 6 hours of this race in a separate stream. That one will go live and be shared after this one. After this stream goes live, after this stream finishes. So yeah, make sure to stay tuned for the first 6 and the last 6 here of the Majors 24. High Caliber starting to struggle on those older tires now. We talked about this earlier in the race, because they're on pit road right now. High Caliber Autosports did not take tires. They elected to stay on those hot tires. They're going to have to take them now, I would think. In fact, they just disconnected for a moment. That was interesting. But because of this new tire model, tires take a lot longer to heat up and get to operating temperature. So keeping the old tires on the car, if you manage the tires well enough, is a viable strategy. We saw at the tail end it kind of fell apart. Not fell apart, but it fell off a little bit for High Caliber Autosports. Yeah, that's the strategy of it, I guess, is you have the option to double stint tires, is what I'm saying. I don't believe there's a tire limit. If someone knows otherwise, do let me know, but I'm pretty sure we have an unlimited amount of tires for this race, being that we are going for 24 hours. It would take a good number, because we're going to pit probably a good number of times here. I'm not quite going to do the math for you live. I don't want to look like a goose here later in this race, but a lot of drivers hit pit road twice. A few drivers only on pit road one time. Some drivers in GTP and some in GT3 yet to hit pit road for that second time. So chat, who do you want to see? Some drivers here on pit road. This is Black Flag Motorsports 81, outed by Jaden Fisher. Currently leaving the pit lane, heading on the Dunlop. Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green now leaving the pit lane as well. Remember, they were caught up in an accident earlier. Lost the nose on that machine. They're off the pit lane. As we close in on an hour and a half completed of this 24-hour endurance event. Gaggle of cars, see the 499, the GTP machine, as well as 3 of our LMP2 drivers working through that very rough curve in the Ford chicane. This is Team DWR Simcoe Setups 21, trying to make a pass here on AI TT Revolution E-Racing 240. Side by side through Dunlop. Well defended, and got the good run off the corner. Should give them the advantage here through the S's. Meatball flag for Pole Sim Racing Blue. What happened? When I say meatball flag, what I mean here, this looks like it's a cold tire sort of situation. iRacing will throw a black flag with a big orange circle in the middle. Looks similar to a meatball. That means you have too much damage to continue. You must repair the car immediately. You get 3 laps to bring it to pit road, whether you tow it, like he did right here, knock the nose cone off of it. That's just cold tires through DuPont. Absolutely torch the left front of that thing. Or whether you drive it back. Obviously, we chose to tow it for gear. But that is what a meatball flag is, and it shows up for all drivers, timing and scoring, that event has happened, as we have the leader from ProTech on pit road. ProTech Motorsports. And they did a driver change as well. Ryan Moles now driving that 4 machine. We'll see where they cycle out from this pit sequence. as they went 13 laps on fuel. But Obsidian and FSG Racing still scrapping, still clawing. Can't figure out who's going to lead this thing of this little tandem, and right through the rear geometry of that machine. Into the Ford chicane. Aggressive entry. Looks like it's going to pay off here. Obsidian's going to keep that spot. Going to go get it, and they're going to take it away. Great work. Let's go back to the GT3 class. 5th spot, Absolute Motorsport. Ace left in the GT3. Right behind Broken Wing Endurance Team. These drivers 4, 5, 6, and a lot of gravel on the racetrack as we are still. How's it going with crew number 49? Let's go have a look here. It's the Speed Eagles. Let's go check out the Speed Eagles for just a second here. Maybe after we get through this set of corners. Down into Indianapolis. Everything pretty cordial right now. How about the Speed Eagles? What are they doing? Currently running 18th in class, 52nd overall. Just all by their lonesome right now. Just rolling in that McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. That is a mouthful. So far so good. Down or up 3 spots from where they started at 21st in class. Pit 4 laps ago. Things are good for the Speed Eagles. Back up here, Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie, who's got a couple bogeys behind him, if you will. GT3 still going at it. Still a great battle up here. These two GTPs have not... Oh, they're blocking each other. Down in the chicane. Apologies, this is final corner at the end of the straightaway. Keep an eye on these two. Keep an eye on these two. This is not over by a long shot. Down into Indianapolis. The quick Indianapolis kink. Aggressive move to the outside. These cars are so planted. You can make these really uber aggressive moves and get away with it. It's down in Arnage. The drive down this chute to the S's. The curves, I guess you can call them. I think you could probably call them the S's because they really are S's. 23, 4, 5, 6, and then really all the way down to 29 are all these sweeping left-right combinations. There's 23, double apex, 24, 25 here. You're going to bring it back around 26 right now into the Corvette curves. The quick 27 back to 28 right here. Set up for 29 and then down into 30 through 33, the Ford chicanes. There are 2 of them. It is chicanes, not chicane. Learning here. We are live on VSPEED. Let's go have a look back at some close battles on the racetrack. Project 91 climbing back up to the field. Remember, this driver was sideways earlier in the show. They got put out of the way. Somehow we're able to save that machine with no damage. Now they're trying to climb back up to that top 5 spot where they were when they got punted. And they absolutely got punted out of the way. Jose was the driver then. He is still the driver now. A little bit of debris coming off those rear tires. 22 hours and 24 minutes remain here in the Majors 24 here at Le Mans. For one of the pinnacles of motorsports. This is probably the only iRacing event that is not hosted by iRacing that rivals participation of the official endurance events. 11 splits here in the Majors 24. Obviously, top 4 being broadcasted. This is split number 4. So we have a excellent battle for 8th in class in the GT3s. This Makeway Endurance just lost a spot as well to Placebo International Sim Sport. See if maybe there was a spin or some sort of mistake. There was not. Just simply raw pace is what made that pass. A little further up the field here. We got 3 GTPs into Indianapolis, making it work. Great question here from Leighton DS. During safety car periods, are lap cars allowed to unlap themselves like an F1, or is it stay put and add a few slow laps in a single file? That is a fantastic question, and we are going to learn about that together. We have a safety car period scheduled sometime in the first 4 hours, is my understanding. So eventually we're going to see all these drivers get compressed back together. Now, will drivers get laps back? That's a fantastic question, and I'm not sure. Currently, only one driver for the GTP class is not on the lead lap. That's Pole Sim Racing Blue, 2 of them, sorry, and AW Racing Team White. For the LMP2 class, only one driver is off of that leader's pace, and that is A5 Endurance that we see on your screen right here. And then for the GT3s, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers who are off of that lead lap. Those drivers being Speed Eagles, Lumen Motorsports Spark, iRacers for Fun, iSport GBR, Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green, and Sorrento Motorsports, who I believe have left the session as they are been up at road for the last 20 minutes or so. So one driver officially out of this race, it seems. They can be unlapped. Fantastic. Thank you, Wookie Drums, for getting us up to speed here on the VSPEED broadcast of the Majors 24. Some great racing here for 5th in the GT3's Broken Wing Endurance team, trying to get a spot away from Vesta Sport Yellow. Not too far up the road, also Absolute Motorsport Acelet GT3. They better not look behind them either. There's a bunch of hungry drivers right in the rear view. These GT3s doing a really great job of all staying together. We're over an hour into this race, almost 2 hours into this race, and still a good chunk of these drivers are right near each other. Of course, your leader and your top 4 are separated by a fairly hefty margin. Back to this Absolute Motorsports machine. 30 seconds up the road is where you find Banana Racing Team in 3rd. They're going up through the Porsche curves right now. Team Niskin in 2nd. Now entering the Ford chicanes. And they, of course, are right behind your leader. Balca Black GT1 has taken back the lead. These two are so far out in front of this GT3 class. The real frustration of safety car periods, and this should probably apologies here. Oh, late DS must be from Sorrento Motorsports. It's not official. It just looks like you've left the session here. Driver from Sorrento Motorsports GT3, I'm assuming. VSPEED from P3. I apologize. I thought you had a meatball and then your car was too damaged to be repaired. Apologies for that. Jumping to conclusions here. Hopefully you're able to get back in this race, of course. Long one here. Still, over 22 hours remain in this race. Now we've got the leaders of the GT3 class catching lap down machines in that class. Of course, this is Frog Leap Juice Racing Green being caught now by your leaders. This is a lot harder pass to make, of course, because you don't have a horsepower advantage like you do in a LMP2 or a GTP car. You have to make it happen naturally, and it's such a difficult pass. Hopefully, you're hoping that this driver will give you the spot, give you the position once you catch them, but that can't always be assumed anywhere, but especially these endurance races. iSport GBR, I see. Okay, I see. Trying to make sense of everything. So many drivers from so many teams, hard to keep track of exactly who is where, so apologies if I associate the wrong driver with the wrong team like I just did for Leighton here in chat. He's with iSport GBR, who popped out of the session for a moment. He is now 3 laps down to the overall leader, 1 lap behind class leader. Hoping he can get that back. Like I was saying about that safety car, though, back to a few minutes ago. Safety car is awesome if you're one of those drivers, maybe your third spot, who is 30 seconds, or maybe not quite 30 seconds, but you're one of those drivers who is well behind these leaders who are driving away. Great for you. You get to catch back up. But if you're one of these leaders, you don't love the safety car. Brings everyone back to you. Am I commentating for the entire 24 hours? I'm commentating the first 6 hours, then we will take a break, and then I will be here for the last 6 hours of the Majors 24. You sick of hearing my voice, Leighton? Is that what's happening? I hope not, because you're kind of stuck with me here on VSPEED for this race anyway. If you don't want to hear my voice, but you still love what you see here on the screen, make sure to tune into other VSPEED productions all throughout the week. We saw a driver hit the fence. That was, I believe, the 22 machine. Right, it was Frog Leap Juice Racing Green, caught the fence there through the Porsche curve, but other fantastic commentators and producers all throughout VSPEED. Check us out throughout the week. We have broadcasts pretty much every day, including championship race for Saturday Night Racing tonight. So make sure to check that out for sure for both their Cup and Challenger Series events. A little oval fun at Homestead Miami Speedway. Your voice is fine. Now keep it up. You're absolutely right. This is an endurance race, also what I would call an endurance broadcast. Solo show for 6 hours. We're going to see if we can keep up this level of energy the entire time. Like I asked earlier, how are all you drivers and fans staying awake with this? I know some drivers from different time zones. I saw it was 9:30, probably now about 10, 11 o'clock, where one fan was here on the live chat. Where are kind of time zones we talking about here watching the Majors 24? I'm currently in Mountain. Some drivers definitely in East. Some are probably in Europe as well. Fantastic to hear where everyone watching, what time zone you're watching from. Having a lot of fun here. Gonna be as interactive as we can be. Fantastic point about broadcasting in other languages. Unfortunately, I am about as far from a polyglot as you can get. I definitely am not able to speak any more languages, and I can barely speak English at times. So apologies for that for my non-English speakers out there. But that is definitely a great point to bring up, and that's something that maybe the powers that be at Majors 24 can look at in the future. We typically cater to the English audience here in North America, but absolutely right on that. Good call. That there are more languages in the world than English. Absolutely. GT3 cars exiting the pit lane. Big group of them. And up to the LMP2s as they spark on the ground here into Indianapolis. This is for 7, 8, 9 in class. These drivers all hanging out together. Trying to get around that 90 machine, the SEVO International Sim Sport. Right on board for a minute. You know how aggressive those curbs are. They are pretty smooth, which is nice. They don't have the turtles or those big sausages like we see in some F1 tracks. At least not for most of this racetrack. I think we'll see one here in the Ford chicanes. That final chicane, I believe, has a pretty aggressive interior curb. Oh, just those parallel. And there's a sausage curve, that burgundy piece of material there on the inside. Don't want to hit that. That will absolutely put you off into the dirt. Up to the front of your GTP field. This is for 5th position. ProTech going after, I believe that's Obsidian. It is Obsidian. Not too far back. FSG Racing. These three under a blanket, so to speak. None of this field, in terms of GTPs, have really spread apart all that much. MPB Motorsports, who is leading right now, you can see them on the screen. I think they're actually, they just hit the start-finish line. So they're at the start-finish line now. Let's look at the starter cam. There's the group we were just watching. In the start-finish line right now. So that should tell you that the gap is not that big. About 8 seconds or so. That's one mistake. You would lose all those positions. High Caliber Auto Sports doing a great job as well, hanging out in P2. A little farther back from your leader, but able to keep this thing pointed in the right direction on the tarmac. All of that fun stuff. Gonna work around that 498 machine in the LMP2 class. Of course, part of 499 Racing. And just in front of them actually was the other 499 Racing car. There it is, the GTP class. Of course, they are 19th. First driver 1 lap down in their respective class. With damage earlier in the race, their BMW lost the nose cone. Had to pit for repairs, took quite a while. They've been on pit road 3 times in this race. Empire getting around Absolute Motorsports, who must have some sort of issue here. Well slow. The Absolute Motorsports guys, they're about 41 seconds off the pace here. Oh, they just pit. That's what it is. They just hit pit road. So cold tires all around. We want to make sure. They might have actually not taken tires. I think this was a fuel-only stop. Trying to feel it out, make sure that they don't spin. Because, of course, we saw that happen earlier with the driver. This Team Tri-Hart's on pit road. Saw that earlier with the GTP car came off pit road immediately. Found themselves nosed into a tire barrier, ripped the front end off of it. But so far in this race, only one car has, I believe, exited the session. The other 56 still on the racetrack in some capacity. Really fantastic to see. Usually in the official 24-hour events, like such as Daytona, Spa, or Nürburgring, you find about a quarter, 20% or so, of the field wrecked out by the time you finish hour number 2. Great to see only one driver has decided not to continue. Or they're taking a connection break, some sort of issue happening with Sorento Motorsport GT3, the 16 machine in the GT3 class. Currently hanging out here with Empyrean Racing, 8th position, trying to go get 7th away from REC Telemetry by Wizards team. As the lights are on in the dash, in the cockpit, I should say, on the steering wheel. As we ride on board from beside the headrest. A little bit of a free condition there, a little oversteer into that corner. Again, I want to apologize to all you road racing fans who maybe don't appreciate my stock car lingo, such as free, loose, tight, snug, whatever have you. VSPEED is a primarily oval, as we are starting to rain here. VSPEED is a primarily oval racing broadcasting company, so apologies if our methods are a little bit ill-suited for endurance racing such as this, so apologies in advance. What session is this right now? We are in split number 4, the Majors 24. And it has started to rain. Some areas of the racetrack are going to be raining. Others, like maybe. Oh, it is raining out here as well. We have rain. I think we're dry at one end of the racetrack and raining on the other end. Cloud cover overhead. With an 8.5-mile racetrack such as this, it really is interesting seeing just how some parts of the racetrack will rain and others will not. So we got a bunch of cars lined up nose to tail here down the backstretch. And it's starting to get a little bit treacherous out here. It's going to be a little while now until the rain is a factor. Of course, you're going to have a little bit of issue with grip, but nothing too crazy until we really start to get standing water. Then, of course, you're going to want to get those rain tires on and be safe. The slicks, because the track is so hot, let's get that temperature back up here. We are down about 20 degrees, 27 degrees since I checked last about an hour ago on the weather. And dropping even faster. With a high track temp, it's not so bad with the rain, but eventually the rain will take over, and it'll more than likely make this a wet session. Austin Cobb 3. Scott, you'll have to let me know what team Austin Cobb is on. I'll go have a look at that team. Can't see who is on all the teams. I can only see who's driving the race car at the moment. And I do agree, the rain is a lot of fun to drive in. Looks like GT3's coming down for tires. Kind of fit pretty well with their strategy to maybe take some rain tires right here. We're going to find out if they're on the rain or the slicks. Back up here with some excellent battling. Now there's a rooster tail. Now we're getting a little bit of a wet condition here on the racetrack. It's about to get spicy, folks. Just look how difficult it is to navigate this rain. Now, of course, we're coming on pit road here. You can see we're getting a little touch to the back of the Obsidian Edge machine. Oh, driver's missing the pit entry here. We're too wide into pit entry. That is less than ideal. We're dooring each other. Oh my goodness. Wow. Most of this GTP field on the pit lane, exception of your leader, who can go one more lap, it seems. You don't worry about a fuel window here. You just worry about making sure you can keep this thing pointed in the right direction. Oh, up over the curb is the 50. That's 8th in class in the GT3s. You see drivers not able to really put the power down. We are well off the pace. 8 seconds, and we're only halfway through the lap. That's how much slower it is on the rain. Pit sequence underway as we just about hit the 2-hour mark. Finished in this race. In about 3 minutes and 20 seconds, we will have completed the second hour of the 24 we have here, and that would be the second hour of the 6 I am going to bring to you for this section of the stream. And keep it on board here, or keep it focused on your overall leader to see if they can make it back around with the wet condition. I haven't seen any spins or incidents. I do see the 499 Racing 498 just got a black flag. To see what happened there in maybe just a moment. Let's go check on with them in just a sec here. Driver through the grass, or through the dirt. There'll be a lot of drivers struggling with the handling here in the rain conditions. Rain racing is such an interesting way to race, because once you get standing water on the racetrack, the actual racing line we've seen drivers take this entire first 2 hours no longer. Oh, we got a spin back there. GT3 car is around. That's Echelon Simsport backed it up into the curve and spread debris all across the racetrack. EWR's got a black flag. Probably a corner cut. But the fast line, the racing line, no longer becomes viable. There's no grip in it. You have to run offline through the apex of the corners, especially through the braking zones. Even down the straightaway, you're going to not want to run right down the center where you were before. You want to find a spot where there's no water. This is about to get very, very interesting. We're going to see who can rise to the occasion in the rain and who forgot to pack their galoshes. Rain shoes. Anyway. Should be hitting pit road this time, I would think, for MPB Motorsports 1. They are leading by a large margin. Of course, only driver to not hit pit road in class. Pretty much only driver in the field to not hit pit road, as well as Placebo International Simsport, the leader. In fact, they're on pit road right now, the leader of the LMP2s. I believe everyone from GT3 has pit already. Should see them hit pit road. Yes, they do. That'll probably give the lead back to High Caliber Autosports as they work off. I believe that was Arnage. I think they're headed up into the Porsche curves right now. Probably going to give them the lead back. We'll see. Where does MPB Motorsports cycle out here? That one extra lap in the rain. We do see some sunny conditions. This might not be a very long rain shower. Drivers are still these cars. The leader really moving that wheel back and forth. See a bit better here. All the micro adjustments you have to make to keep this thing pointed in the right direction. You just hear how easy they are on the throttle as well. No need to buzz the tires, no need to do anything crazy. Looks like battle for the lead is on. Right in front of these guys are MPB Motorsports. There they are right there. Oh, big loose moment. Over to the S's. Remember, cold tires. Cold rain tires on a wet track are about the worst condition you can possibly have. It does not get much worse than that. As your top four are all together. Oh, slide, big save. I think that was Obsidian. Just had probably the save of the race. And you want to see how difficult it is to see in these things. Maybe not a best example, but if you're in that rooster tail, it is so difficult to see the other cars around you. As it's raining in Le Mans. The Majors 24. And for the lead, we still haven't sorted it out. As we're going to head down to chicane number 2. Second chicane, is there an aggressive move? There is not. Good defense from ProTech. Able to keep that spot. Oh, driver missed the corner. Not sure who that was, but somebody. There it is. It was Delta Racing GT3 missed the chicane. That'll probably be a penalty for that team, I would have to think. Maybe the penalty is just losing the track position, as ProTech was able to gain a good amount of time in that second chicane. Oh, look at the debris. Oh, there's a car spun. That's High Caliber Auto Sports is around. Let's go check it out. So this is into the final corner. See if we can see it here through the trees. That is not going to work. That is an awful view. Oh, what happened is he had the brakes on when he was on the paint. Paint has very little grip in the rain. Spun him around. One of the many intricacies of rain racing you got to be careful of is where you apply the brakes. It is such a difficult thing to do. Some drivers on pit road. Jens Brothers Competition 1996. Aerokinetics Blue, also on the pit lane in the GT3s, I should say. As Project 91 Racing Team Green tries to get around for the 6th position in Absolute Motorsports. And he's going to try and do it here. That corner is very wet. That being Rouge, the top of the straightaway. Impact Sport Chrome finds himself up in the 9th spot. Up 1 from where they started in the 10th position. You want to see how hard it is to see. There's a good example of it. Now, of course, we're a little bit farther back than the driver would normally be sitting, but I think you get the point nonetheless that it's very difficult to see where the boundaries are of the racetrack, where your braking points are. All you can really tell is... Oh, big loose moment there. All you can really tell is where the driver in front of you is based on their taillights. As we have crossed into the 3rd hour here of coverage of the Majors 24 here on VSPEED. Remind you again, if you haven't already, check out vspeedsim.com, vspeedsim on X. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it to your friends and family. We're going to be here for a while longer. Love to see the participation we're seeing in the chat. A lot of fun. I've been Morgan Cook, your lead and producer here, doing a bit of an endurance show of my own. We have a driver way off the racetrack there, off the top of that corner. Puddles forming on the back. That's going to make things treacherous if you have to make an aggressive move out of line. Of course, the crowd in the center of the road is helping. But you do not want to find yourself crossing over that puddle under braking under any circumstances. We're going to see it here. Completely wet into chicane 1 and out of chicane 1. It used to be that LMP2s were the best in the rain. We're going to see if the lap times support that or not. It does not. They're about 8 seconds off the pace. Show me Austin Cobb 3. Okay. If you let me know, Scott, where is Austin Cobb? Well, there's a driver off the back here. What team is Austin Cobb racing for? Not see an Austin Cobb on my telemetry here. Let me know what team that is. I will gladly show them up here on the broadcast. Conditions. Oh yeah, look at this. Trying to pass 2 wide. It's raining on the narrowest part of the racetrack. Now we're going to go 3 wide. Oh my goodness. Precarious is the only word to use here. Number 42 machine. All right. Oh, there he is, Austin Cobb, Adrenaline Motorsports. Apologies. There we go. On board with the number 42 machine of Austin Cobb. Again, difficult to keep track of all of the drivers and all of the different teams here. So apologies if I miss somebody or if I'm not able to get your query done as quickly as maybe you would like, but as promised, here is Austin Cobb 3 for Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha. Absolutely right, Scott. They are the second biggest mover in class. Biggest mover, RET Telemetry Racing up 10. Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha is up 7. You hear the throttle management as well, just how difficult it is to keep it hooked up on the racetrack. We're also seeing some great examples of how you attack the rain. We'll talk through the lap here with Austin as our guinea pig. Yeah, we'll have to see, Scott, if the Ferrari is better in the rain than everybody else. We're going to have to see, because they have not been great in the dry to this point. It's like we're not raining too much here on this part of the racetrack up in Dunlop. I think I've called it DuPont a time or two. Apologies, it's Dunlop. See, a little bit offline here, just trying to stay out of the wet stuff. Don't accelerate until the wheel's pointed straight. That makes sense on that curve. right on board with Austin Cobb, the Adrenaline Autosports Alpha team. Delta Racing GTP. We had an issue here, I think, for this Valkyrie XP Green. I think they had an incident here. Let's go back and see what happened. So here they are into, I believe that is chicane 2. They just stopped. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, and they took somebody's nose cone with them. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Wow. I don't know what happened to that car, but that thing stopped. They had a fuel maybe? Regardless, that's a heartbreaker. Absolutely right. Tertre Rouge looks treacherous. You can see the big puddle as soon as everyone goes over it. Big puff of rain. Of course, it doesn't seem to be raining in this part of the racetrack. Let's check out the other end of the racetrack. Definitely raining down here in Mulsanne Corner. Out the other end of that straightaway. Raining and absolutely treacherous. So it seems like the rain is dissipating in parts of this racetrack. I think the sky's a little bit lighter than it was a few minutes ago. We're still just trying to hang on at this point in the race. Oh, Adrenaline Alpha off the racetrack. What happened? Can't seem to find them here. One more time. No, not on the racetrack. Interesting. Not sure why I can't see their replay, but I can't. Not sure what happened to the 42 who we were just on board with. Currently looking at your leader, the ProTech Motorsports number 4 machine. Leader in class and overall. About 8 seconds up the road of Obsidian Edge GTP. Got Ryan Moles behind the wheel of this one. Ben Norgard Peterson behind the wheel of the Obsidian GTP machine. We are 2 hours and 15 minutes into this race. About 21 hours and 45 minutes remain. For those of you counting at home, that's about 376 laps in the race total, and about 330 left to go. Yeah, possible that BMW had a connection issue. I agree with you, Jeff. I don't know why you would stop in the middle of the racetrack otherwise, unless there was some sort of connection issue. Motor blew up, but there was no meatball, which was kind of strange as well. But yeah, to stop in the middle of the racetrack right after a curve like that is that's asking for trouble. Absolutely. So fully agree with you there, Jeff, in the chat. So. These drivers are really struggling in these heavy braking zone corners. Meatball flag here for Placebo International Esports. They've been on pit road here for about a minute. Let's see if we can figure out what happened to them. A little further back here. Go one more. Working through the wet. A little bit of a sliding condition there. A little oversteery in the rain. Caught the curb. Still looking okay. This damage must have happened before because they're able to drive to pit road okay. Definitely have some damage there on the right front, but I don't know. It says meatball worthy, but I'm not sure about that. Obviously getting it fixed right now. Back here live. FSG Racing still cannot get away from other GTP cars. trying to work their way through it. You can't park there, Brandon. You're right. You cannot park there. Absolutely right. Team try hard. Trying real hard. But to make up a spot here, as they got some GTPs barreling down on them. Gonna pass them 3 wide in the wet, in the grass. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. That was just about a 4-car pileup. Oh wow, what an aggressive move so early in this race. Oh man. Made it work though, somehow. Oh, scary stuff. Scary stuff. We're going to step aside here for another quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Majors 24 here on VSPEED. Be back right after this.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Back here on VSPEED, just had a big change here. Delta Racing GT3 with a meatball flag. What happened here? See that blue and yellow machine working through the Porsche curves. Heavy traffic. Maybe caught a curve wrong. A lot of slower traffic in front of him. Oh, just locked it up into the, oh, right into that tire barrier. Oh no, knocked the front end right off of it. And that is going to severely hurt the efforts of the Delta Racing GTP, that being the 12 machine. Back here, live on VSPEED for the Majors 24. I still can't believe I'm saying that. That is just such a incredible thing to be a part of. I'm so glad that I have the ability to do this. Who is leading the GT3 currently, Brandon Burns asks? That would be Team Nishiken in the 24 machine. Leading by about 20 seconds over Cracked.Racing. That racing team rounds out your podium in the GT3 class. Currently all by his lonesome as the Beamer behind him just about missed the corner. Even class leaders struggling out here with the conditions. I don't know if there's a single driver out here who is happy with the conditions at the moment we're on. It's not necessarily a drying racetrack, but it's not raining as hard as it was. So we're not seeing as much standing water as we were a few minutes ago in spots on the racetrack. Of course, here in the Ford chicanes, there is still quite a bit of wet. Still a fair bit of wet condition happening there. This is the section that leads to the start-finish. let's have a look at potentially the most treacherous corner on this racetrack right now, which would be Tertre Rouge. Again, if I'm saying it wrong, apologies. Not a polyglot. English is the only language I can speak. Tried French once. Couldn't wrap my head around it, so how it is sometimes. Looks like that puff of water that happens on the entry to that corner is dissipating a little bit. So puddles through Mulsanne Straight. The Delta Racing GTP still off the racetrack. I don't know if it was a connection. Well, I guess it was a meatball flag. We saw that there. 4 minutes behind pit wall right now. Definitely struggling. I want to give a big shout out to AW Racing Team White. Remember, this team was last in this race about an hour ago. They have since worked through every one of the GT3 cars, and they're now starting to slowly but surely pick off the LMP2 class as well. So I want to give big props to AW Racing Team White. There's 3 laps behind the leader, currently last in class, but they are persevering and they are fighting through it. I want to bring up, I'll put the ticker away for just a second. I want to bring up again the race analysis. It's a 24-hour race, and the keys to the race here. It's an absolutely grueling, long event. Do not compound your mistakes, as we're seeing one right here. You missed the chicane? Okay, regroup, settle in, don't make it any worse, and manage these conditions. Of course, it's raining right now. It's going to dry again. It's going to go to night. It might even rain in the nighttime. Wouldn't that be fun? But regardless, manage those conditions. Don't compound your mistakes. And remember, this is a very long race. Good battle here. Paddock.gg and FSG Racing. Seen the Acura kind of climb the standings here a little bit. We talked about the Ferrari earlier with that all-wheel drive system, maybe a little bit better in the rain. The Acura has been, from my understanding, the most nimble of the GTP cars. So it is showing its power in the wet, where the top speeds maybe aren't quite as high. Trying to make a move here. Let's see what the nose cam looks like. It's so difficult running in the wet here because you get the effect of the draft, but you also can't see anything. You want to run out of the line of that guy, but also you can't get too far out of the way because there's puddles. You definitely don't want to catch a puddle at 150 plus miles an hour. Yes, Team Michigan is leading the GT3 class. There they are right there once again. About 16 seconds ahead of Cracked Dot Racing, and another 7-8 ahead of Banana Racing Team. There are your class leaders. So far, all you watching at home, on your phones, your TVs, your tablets, whatever, computers, whatever have you, what do you think so far of the Majors 24 here on VSPEED? You've been a fan of it? Exciting race? Who do you have picked to win this event for each class? Who are you cheering for as well? I know some of these fans are watching, but who are the rest of you watching? The 67 of you watching this right now. And also appreciate you sticking with us here for the last couple hours. You've been here the whole time, and that is massive, massive props to you. This is the 861, currently P7 overall, the Scuderi Picard Racing machine, the GTP, the BMW Hybrid V8. The first of the GTP cars on the service, if I'm not mistaken. I remember when this car was a big deal. Can I pick Rain as the winner? Of course you can. Lions Pride, of course Rain can be the winner. Mother Nature always wins. Mother Nature and Father Time, they are, in fact, undefeated. Oh, big moment there. Gonna just take a friendly little shortcut, are we? Through Dunlop. Great job hanging onto that car. That could have been a lot worse. Bit of a moment under braking there. Half in the dry, half in the wet. A little off balance and around. It almost went. Did a great job saving that machine. $100 on Rain. Love that. Love that. Let's go back to Broken Wing Endurance Team. That's a pick to win. From Jeff. Supporting High Caliber is Darren. With the High Caliber here in just a second. Broken Wing Endurance Team currently 9th in class. There at McLaren. Down 3 spots from where they started. Yes, Rain just put a bump and run on that driver. Well done. Well done, Lions Pride. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely they did. High Caliber. Let's go find High Caliber here. High Caliber Autosports. There we go. Running. Also P9 in class. Isn't that something? For Darren. There's a look at them. Felix Warnmark, the driver right now. This driver was out front, or this car was out front for 10 laps of this race. Adrenaline in GT3 and in GTP for Scott Kessel. Let's go look at the Adrenaline guys. Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha back on the racetrack. Austin Cobb 3, there he is. 16th in class. And Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie in the GT3s. That would be Hickman Badmus. Currently up a bunch of spots, 14 of them in 4th, and he's now 4th in class. Great stuff, great stuff. Bug for the 177 moments ago. We'll have to go check that out here. 177, Valkyrie Express green. Oh, that is why the Beamer stopped in the middle of the racetrack. That makes sense. I would not expect any driver in this lobby, any of these lobbies, any of the 10, 11 splits that we have here for the Majors 24, to stop voluntarily in the middle of the racetrack. That is just absolutely ludicrous to think that a driver would do that voluntarily. Clearly a issue, probably a black screen of sorts, and that is what relegated this 177 back a little bit. He didn't get too bad of damage though, which is the good news. So they're still going. They're just a little bit behind. They're about 1 lap behind their class here. This is our Eladad. Again, if I'm butchering names up here, I apologize. So I'm doing my best up here, so please don't be offended if I make a mistake on your name. I'm doing my best here. 34 is standing still. Well, that's not what we want to see. 34 is standing still. Turtle Pace Racing. Let's go back and see what happened to them. They're stopped. Back a little further. Here through the Porsche curves. We're headed up now into the chicane. On the brakes. And they just went straight. Locked it up. Okay. Interesting. Not sure what happened to Turtle Pace Racing. Thanks for that call out though. Appreciate it. finally leaving the pit lane is the 34 machine. Oh, we got a meatball flag here for MVP. That was one of the leaders. A little further back here. It's like heavy damage on the left front. Let's see if we can capture what happened. Yeah, you can see the left front's not pointed in the right direction. Looks like it's fine right there. Happened well earlier in the lap. Looks, oh, it caught the puddle, I think. In the grass. It looks okay from here. No, it is damaged already. What happened here? We're gonna find this, I swear, folks. Into the final corner, maybe? Or into this corner, maybe? That's where it was. Loose condition, locked it up. Indianapolis. Gonna claim one. Yep, crash in Indianapolis. Great call. Great call. That is not what you want to see. Thank you for that heads up, Kubiki. Incident in Indianapolis. Really good battle here for 6th in the LMP2 class. As we are closing in fairly quickly, I might add. 49 off in the Porsche curves. Oh, the Speed Eagles having issues in the curve. Let's go check it out. Seems okay so far. Oh, there it goes. I don't think that damage is going to be too bad, though. For the driver of the Speed Eagles McLaren. A little damage to the right rear. 16th in class. Looks like no fast repair taken as well for MVP Motorsports. They are now off the lead lap. Another great catch by Kubiki. As I was saying just a moment ago, we are rapidly approaching halfway in this segment of the stream. We'll talk more about that when we get into the closing moments of it, but this stream will end at the 6-hour mark of this race. Then I will be back for the final 6 hours at 3 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. That's not right. 3 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Mountain Time. And you'll have to convert that to wherever you are for your time zones. Because time is something I struggle with, as you can tell. But this is going to be split up into 2 parts. The first 6 and the last 6 hours. The stream for the second 6 hours will go up, go live, and the link to it will go up after this stream has concluded, and will be shared around the socials where applicable. Paddock.gg trying to get the spot away from REC Telemetry by Wizards team. That would be for 3rd overall in this race. There's Team Telemetry, if you will. Not the gearbox. Some faint headlights in the distance. Further back from that group, FSG Racing, currently in 6th, trying to take 5th away from Scuderia Car Racing. Definitely on edge into that chicane. Oh, big moment. These drivers, every single one of these drivers is on the edge of control, edge of grip, trying to maximize speed. I mentioned earlier, this is an incredibly high-rated split. 4th out of 11 or so we have for the Majors 24. Some of the iRatings in here climb above 7,000, which is unbelievable. So definitely a very talented group of drivers here on the racetrack and in the pits, waiting their shot to get behind the wheel of one of these speedsters, like the Broken Wing Endurance team in their McLaren. See if they can catch up to Absolute Motorsport Acel GT3, who is just up the road. And around the outside goes one of the faster class cars. There's another one. All is quiet until it isn't. And you get a land rush here into the first chicane. Oh, couple meatballs early. Oh my goodness. 3rd and 4th. Major damage. What happened? Major race implications. Paddock.gg and REC telemetry by Wizards team. They were just up in the front of the field, both with heavy damage. It looks like it was the Wizards team that had their issue first. Right in front of them. Oh, Wizards team just stopped going. Oh, crash in front of them as well. Was that F? Who was that? Another driver had an issue. Wow. Heavy damage for all 3 of those cars. Oh, that was Placebo International Sim Sport. The LMP2 drivers had an issue. Let's go back and check it out again. There is spins off the paint, back across the racetrack. Oh man, that is a tough situation. That trying to get turned around in a bad spot, able to do it finally. Wow, that is going to change everything. Wizards doing our wizardry in the wet. Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. It did not go terribly well. Yeah, the 90 obviously with a massive crash. Good catch on that one, Leighton. Yeah, tough incident for a lot of those drivers. Oh, driver at the fence. That's Project 91. Having a tough lap here. Got a little bit of the walls of the Porsche curves. Looks like they're going to be able to get back going. Those freak accidents, the ones where it's a slower class driver who makes a mistake and you just have nowhere to go. Those ones are so frustrating from a driver's perspective. It's happened to all of us. If you've ever done endurance racing, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Someone darts when you don't expect them to. They zig when they're supposed to zag. Let's go, Olsen. See if I can find the driver you are talking about. I'm assuming you're talking about this one. AITT Revolution Esport, or E-Racing 240. Lachlan Olsen, currently 4th in class. Let's ride on board with him for a lap, shall we? Pit stop time here for the 240. Back up here to the FSG Racing number 39, currently 4th in class in the GTVs. Change for the lead here in the GT3 class as well. Crack.Racing going to take over the top spot as Team Nishiken has hit the pit lane for a scheduled stop, I would presume. 16 minutes to go until 3 hours have been completed here in the Majors 24. Adrenaline Motorsports getting some more shout outs. Oh, we got a spin in front of them. That's Broken Wing going around right in front of them. What a time for that. Let's see what happened here to the 25. Looks like the class leaders hit the wall, took a fast repair in the GT3 class, which is why they're no longer the leaders. Thanks for keeping me up on that one. Appreciate it. Yeah, just a slide here. The 25 does a great job of not making it any worse than it already was. Save time to rejoin. And now he's just trying to get it back going here without causing any more carnage. Does a great job here. Managing the mistake. Like I said earlier, don't compound the mistakes that you make. Back here to the live shot. Placebo International Sim Sport, remember they were part of that 3-car prototype accident in the curve. They are still on pit road for the last 7 minutes. They have fallen down to the last car running in this race, although they are still on pit road. Haven't talked a lot about Olympus Esports Artemis. They're currently 7th in their LMP2 class in that 35 machine. Trying to chase down Fusion Simsport, another team we haven't really spent much time talking about. Oh, what a moment. Holy cow. You saw it from here. That thing was sideways over the curb. Wow. My goodness. These drivers are incredibly talented. I can't say it enough, just how impressive it is. Some of the slides they've been able to save, and just the general speed they get out of these cars is just really, really impressive. Austin Cobb is a dang driver. I bet he is. A lot of these guys are just absolutely phenomenal at what they do. Let's bring back Mr. Cobb. I think that's actually him right there. Well, sure enough it is. Came into the screen. We summoned him. Here he is, the 42 machine. Just working through chicane number 2 into the kink. As we see FSG and Black Flag Motorsports 81 on the pit lane. Scheduled stop, I would again presume. We're getting a little bit better mileage now. Before we could do 11, now we are easily doing 12. Of course, the rain going to slow everything down a little bit as the rain has not gone away. Oh, Austin's iRacing crashed, so we had to lose a lap. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, connection issues are a bummer. We essentially have to treat them as mechanical failures. You know, something, an unexpected part breaks. That's really how we have to treat mechanical failures in the iRacing space. It's a thing that happens, but you obviously can't ever plan for it. Still getting after it. 12 minutes to halfway in this stream and a quarter way. Sorry, not a quarter way. It would be an eighth of the way through this entire event. Unbelievable that drivers do this in real life. I've always found it just phenomenal. This is some of the most difficult racing with all the variables, the rain, the different classes on the racetrack itself, day to night, night to day, temperature conditions, driver swaps, because not every driver likes the same setup. You have to make compromises. Some drivers will be really happy with the setup. Other drivers will maybe not be so happy with the setup. Just based on driver preference, you dial it in or dial it out for specific drivers. Maybe some drivers like the wet, others prefer the dry. Some prefer drying or when it becomes wet. There's so many things to consider, and it is so difficult to do this. So hats off to everyone participating in this race, everyone who does this in real life. Massive, massive props to all these guys for showing the commitment to this, because they've been prepping for this for months. This doesn't just happen. You don't just grab a group of guys and say, "Oh yeah, we're going to run the Majors 24 next weekend." No. As we see, Obsidian Edge GT3 hit the pit lane. You started prepping for this race probably 2 to 3 months ago. Getting setups, testing setups, trying to figure out where to cut that time off of your lap. Where are the trouble spots? Where do you need to work on? Where do you excel? All of these questions need to be answered. What's the strategy look? Can you double stint tires, single stint? What's the fuel look like? Can you save fuel? Can you stretch fuel? The list is endless of the things you have to worry about. What's a good alternative for cake? That's a question. Brownies are good. Pie's a good one. I'm a fan. Thoughts on that, chat? Alternative for cake? Somebody's birthday? As ProTech Motorsports takes the lead back out of pit road. Remember, we saw a driver spin here through Dunlop chicane earlier, right off of pit road. So far, so good for your leader. And Obsidian Edge is a ways behind them. also just now leaving pit road. They're headed up into Dunlop. I expected a different, less PG answer. Well, this is doing its best to be a PG stream, so apologies for that. It's not 2:30 in the morning, so yeah, touche. It is not. It is currently 10 o'clock Mountain Time. How do we interpret this leaderboard? What place is BWET? That is a great question, and again, apologies. We're not terribly set up to show standings for endurance racing. So Broken Wing Endurance Team, they find themselves 40th overall in this race. They are 7th in class. So being that we are a primarily oval broadcasting company, we don't do a lot of multi-class racing. We do have a fix for this coming. Unfortunately, it was not available in time for this race. So for now, you're just going to have to fight through, if you will, me giving you overall standings rather than class-specific standings. That, again, apologies. That was an oversight on our part. But for next time, we will have this definitely more suitable for this style of endurance racing. What is the countdown for? The countdown is for the timer in the race. Now, that's another thing we're ill-equipped for. Our timer, for whatever reason, only shows minutes and seconds. It doesn't show hours. So currently we are 7:45 away from completing the third hour. So we have 21 hours and 7 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, which is why it shows 7:35. It just skips the 21 hours. That's why we have a countdown. So we're basically counting down the hours each time. I can't get rid of that, unfortunately. We kind of have what we have. But that is why things are the way they are here on this broadcast. So again, apologies to all you road fans who are expecting maybe a little bit more buttoned up in terms of some of the features we have here. We will get this straightened out for the next time we do a endurance or road style race. But until then, we're doing our best here. No idea what's going on here, but I'm here to support my friend. Hey. That's a good friend right there. Let's go find Olsen. There he is right there, the 240. Rode on board with him for a lap or so. He hit the pit lane. He is currently running 23rd overall, 3rd in class. Having a great run so far is the 240. Lachlan Olsen. The 39 machine. Also, there was a request for the Broken Wing Endurance Team. They are 40th, 7th in class. Tyler Sage Anderson. Let's go find that 39 machine. FSG Racing find themselves 6th overall. The GTPs are pretty easy to figure out where they're running because they are obviously the overall leaders in class, or in the race. So their position overall and their position in class are the same. It gets weird when you start talking about LMP2s and GT3s because they, of course, are slower than the GTP cars. So they're going to show, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s overall, but they only go up to 12 or 23 in class, respectively. So again, apologies everyone at home for the confusion. We're doing our best to try and mitigate it the best we can by just doing frequent through the fields and frequent updates of where everyone's running. So hopefully that'll suffice as we close in very quickly here on the 3-hour mark. Solid battle here. Jens Brothers Competition 1996 and Team Tryhard battling this for the 12th and 13th positions in class. There is Team Tryhard. As the 44 of Hyperion Racing is on the pit lane. 4th now in class for the GTPs. I believe this was the car that lost its nose when we had the BMW, that 177, have their connection issue. I believe this was the car that got the worst end of that. Fortunately, they are still running well. Raphael Heck, driver of the 96 in the Jens Brother competition 1996. Appreciate that, Alexander, with all the inconveniences. Now we're doing our best here, but I mean this is really for you guys and for the drivers to be able to go back and watch and really follow along with what's happening, because unless you were all spectating in iRacing, you wouldn't really get to see any of this. So I appreciate you all being along for the ride with me. All 60 of you still in the chat. Really fantastic to have you along with me to show you what's going on here for this opening 6 hours. So again, if I am lucky enough to have the opportunity to do this race again next year, we'll certainly become better prepared in that time. But at this moment, excellent battle here for 12th in class in the GT3 machines. This will be 45th and 46th overall. Oh, going to get right alongside into the second chicane. The 43 has no bonnet. Oh no. Oh, and that's the Gentleman Motorsports Charlie machine. So if anything happened here, our looks okay. I don't see any issues at this moment, unless there's an 043 that I missed, which is always possible. Everything looks okay from here. Oh, there it is. Rosemary, there it is. What happened to them? Still missing that nose cone. Still not there. Did they ever have this nose cone? What's going on here? There it is. Oh, with the previous class leader too. Oh no, with Balka Black GT1. What happened? This is a ways back. Earlier in the lap. Oh, I can see Balka coming off of pit road. There they are right there. Well, that is not a good shot. Oh, driver spun into the car, came off pit road. Oh man, that is a tough break for Pace Syndicate, Rosemary, and Balka Black. GT1. Again, great catch, chat. Thank you. That is what happened. Turtle Pace Racing back in the event. Still up 3 spots. They are in 18th overall. Eden Bilal piloting that green machine. BMW. As we are just about to cross over the 3-hour mark. Unbelievable work these drivers are doing. GT3's on pit lane. Broken Wing Endurance Team, Empire Racing, Balka, GT1, of course, with the damage to repair, and along with others, I should say. Paddock.GG Black having a spirited battle with FSG Racing. This is the battle for 5th overall in the race. Stay hydrated, absolutely, everyone. If you haven't already, make sure to get some water, some electrolytes in you. It's gonna be a long day, folks. Stay hydrated, all the drivers, all the fans out there too. Yeah, definitely a nasty crash that was up in Dunlop. That's the second time so far we've seen a driver come off pit road and either crash on their own or crash with the help of somebody else. So hate to see it, hate to see it. Black Flag Motorsports 81, there's another driver without a bonnet. that Impact Sim Sports, and they definitely had an impact. Let's see if we can figure out what happened to this team. Still no bonnet. They got one here? No, I don't think so. No, it's still not there. We're gonna find this. We're gonna do it. Is it into the chicane, maybe? That they had an incident. No, it's still gone. Been without a bonnet for a minute here. Wow, they must have really... I think I saw them sideways just now. No, it's been a whole lap, actually. Interesting. So they are doing okay without the bonnet for Impact Sim Sports Chrome. Just went back a full lap and really no issues there. In terms of how it's handling, they seem to be doing fairly well. They're still up 9th position overall, about to be dispatched back to 10th by Black Flag Motorsports. There's Black Flag on the right of your screen, car with no headlights being Impact Sim Sports Chrome. Now 10th overall. That is Eric Biggs. They need headlights. They will absolutely need headlights when it gets dark. Of course, it's helpful right now in the wet to see if someone's trying to rejoin in front of you, maybe to see your headlights, but they'll definitely need headlights when it gets dark. That is absolutely right. I'm having my first alcoholic beverage tonight. Does that count? That, hey, whatever works. It's the weekend. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Project 91 trying to chase down Empire Racing. This for 13th in class. We've seen this Project 91 car quite a bit. Having a solid race. Should be illegal to not have headlights. Well, yeah. In some situations, I would agree with you. Let's go see what's happening up here in the Ford chicane. I believe that is AW, I believe. Yes, AW Motorsports. How are our overall leaders doing? There's Pro Tech Motorsports up 15 seconds. Currently working down the Mulsanne Straight. The 40 is off the racetrack. Looks like he's able to get it back righted. Go number 22. I know we've seen this car a number of times. iRacers for fun. Trying to stick with that Valkyrie green machine. In fact, we're going to put a pass on him here. Out they go. As we cross into the 3-hour mark here at the Majors 24 on VSPEED. This is split number 4. Is there a 4 safety car, or is it if there is just a big crash? I believe there is going to be a 4 safety car at some point here in the next hour or so, if I'm not mistaken. If there happens to be a big crash, I believe that would block the racetrack or something like that. There very well could be a safety car as well, but I believe it will be a forced safety car, as we do have live race stewards here for this event, which is awesome. Oh, driver lost the nose piece. Can't see who that, I know who this one is. This is Impact Chrome Sport, but I saw somebody earlier who did not have that nose cone on. Neither of those drivers. Interesting stuff. I don't see anyone who is horribly off pace here. Bit of a sketchy moment into the braking zone there. This is for Delta Racing GT3. Remember, they led earlier in the day. They had having a great run. led about 10 laps, started in second position, have since had to use that fast repair. Heavy damage suffered earlier. Down 13 spots, obviously, to 15th overall. Trying to get around this WP300 Lemon machine right in front of him, the other BMW. Not quite able to do it at the moment. This is the battle for 13th or 14th and 15th overall. Let's have a look at your class leaders throughout. ProTech Motorsports leading the entire event here, out by 17 seconds and growing. Again, the ProTech Motorsports drivers, Ryan Moles leading this race. First driver in the LMP2 class is GazX Racing Team Nemesis. Martin Statman is the driver of that machine, doing a fine job. And then the leader of the GT3 class is Cracked Dot Racing. Glad Dionysus? We're going to go with that, Dionysus. That is what we're going to go with. 34th overall, but first in class. Those are your leaders right now. Let's chat podium. How about? So ProTech back up at the top of the sheet here, leading the entire race. Obsidian Edge GTP is second overall. REC Telemetry by Wizards team, after their incident earlier, they find themselves in the third position, slightly off strategy from the front two. GazX Racing Team Nemesis obviously still leading the LMP2 class. TeamRedX.com SimSport 902 is in second. And AITT Revolution eRacing 240 finds himself on a very bright backstretch here. That's nice to see. They are third in the LMP2 class, 23rd overall. Cracked Out Racing is leader of the GT3 class. Banana Racing Team finds himself in a constant second position. And Team Nishikin, after their incident with the wall, they find themselves up in the third spot, back on the podium in the GT3 class. If there's any specific drivers you want me to ride on board with or keep an eye on, do let me know. I am open to suggestions. As you got me for another 3 hours here on VSPEED. Hopefully you're staying entertained, nice and hydrated. And if you like what you see, I would love if you would consider subscribing to the channel and liking the video, sharing it around with your teammates, your friends, your family, whoever else that may be. I've been your host and producer, Morgan Cook. Just trying to keep the good times rolling here. Check us out as well, vspeedsim.com or at vspeedsim on X. Right on board with Rene Coda Sandoval. Okay, let's see if we can find that driver. Looking for Sandoval. There's one. Pole Sim Racing Blue. There we go. First request in the chat. Doing a little bit of braking in the offline. Love to see it. Working through that first chicane. Oh, a little bit of a wheel spin moment there off the corner. th overall and in class. Once again, brake offline to not get on that slick stuff. Doing a great job here. Working down around the bottom part of this racetrack. Here into Osane Straight. Here he is. All by his lonesome. have a look at Promel. Yes, of course. Let's get Promel on the stream here. Stephanie Promel in the 177. Let's get a lot more time with her. Let's see first this battle she's in. She's got some very hungry drivers behind her trying to get around. She's doing a really great job right now holding the line. It's the faster car's job to pass you cleanly. Not your job to get out of the way. Once that juiced machine gets around her, we will ride on board with the 177. There we are. Over the shoulder cam. For Stephanie Promel. Their BMW. First time in a stream. Well, welcome. First time on VSPEED as well, so love to see it here. Oh, we got just about a spin in front of her. Oh boy. Oh boy, good heads-up driving there by everyone involved to not make that worse than it was. She is currently 18th in class in that Valkyrie XP Green number 177. That Fanatec BMW wheel, that's up. One available for purchase as well by sim racing enthusiasts. Love to see drivers taking on an endurance event for the first time, being on a broadcast for the first time, so welcome. Hopefully we'll see plenty more of that Valkyrie XP Green number BMW machine. A little further up the road, we're 10th in class in the GT3s, Project 91 and Empire Racing. A little bit of a scrap. Project 91 just got around them. They have anything in the tank to catch up to the 91, who is currently setting some very fast laps in that GT3 machine. But here comes an LMP2 behind them. It's the 19 Fusion Sim Sport. Entry, 5th in class for Edward Shelley and company. Trying like heck to get around these GT3 machines. A little further back. Here in 20th in class, 19th iRacers for Fun and Echelon Sim Sport GT3 Purple. Trying to see who's going to take the first one inside the top 20. Ryan Bravo trying to go get that spot. Could we get a glimpse of the 39? Of course we can get a glimpse of the 39. Let's do it. FSG Racing. First endurance race. Welcome. It is a fun time, and we're only just getting started. A little on board here. There you go. In this Cadillac, which is one of the best sounding cars on iRacing, in my opinion. Listen to it purr here for a lap or so. Well, that was a moment. Oh, there's a car spun around in the grass as well. Oh my goodness, that was a Sorry to take it away from Jared here, but golly. Oh, I need to go back and watch that here. Just a second to go. So first off, I think that's the 177 in front of him here. A little slower than maybe expected. Great job in the last moment to avoid driving into the back. And then we see a car spun around here. Can't quite tell which number that is. The 13 machine in the GT3 class. Maybe 13th in class. Team Tryhard? No. There it is. Frog Leap Juice Racing. What happened here? Oh, caught the paint. Yeah, can't drive on the paint in the wet. Great job getting it back on the grass, though. That I will say. Well done, not making it any worse than it needed to be. Back here live. Yeah, exactly right, Alexander. The electric to V8 transition in that Cadillac sounds very, very good. What is the radar showing? That is a fantastic question. I will have to check that under a break, because I don't have the proper graphic for that. Code Brown for sure. The other request here was for the 22. I'll eventually have these memorized who's where, but we're not quite there yet. "22 iRacers for fun." There we go. Sebastian Ferrara, currently 19th in class, 52nd overall. According to Lake, we should see rain ending here shortly. Welcome sight for a lot of drivers, I am sure. Those McLarens sound pretty good too. There really isn't a bad sounding car out here. iRacers for fun, hanging on. Got a bunch of faster prototypes behind them. An Echelon purple as well, right on rear bumper. Trying to take advantage of that slipstream. Not quite enough out of the corners though to make a pass on that iRacers for fun machine. Oh, we just about had a moment there in the puddle. Yeah, the Roosters make it very difficult to make aggressive moves as the faster cars, because you don't exactly know who's in front of you. You don't know if it's a GT3, an LMP2, or a GTP in front of you. Oh, driver off. FSG Racing, heavy damage for Jared. What happened? Oh, he missed the corner. Oh, Indianapolis claims another victim. Massive, massive hit to the front of that machine. Another one as well. The 861 with heavy damage. Oh, don't pull out on the racetrack. Right in front of the leader, no less. Oh, goodness. Again, in the wake of the car in front of him. Does he touch the paint as well? Not right there. Oh, loose into the Porsche curve. Back across the racetrack, and then the leader of the race overall, or fourth overall in the race, I should say, is right there. That was just about a day ender as well, which would be less than stellar for both those drivers. Very eventful lap for a couple of the Oh, another car off as well. Team DWR with an incident. What happened to this machine? Also crashed in Port and the Porsche curve. What is going on here? That's 3 GTPs in a lap in this section of the racetrack between Indianapolis and the Porsche curve. Just a loose condition. Exactly the same thing we just saw. There's a lot of debris on the racetrack. He got hit as well by an LMP2 machine. A lot of debris on the racetrack as well. That might have something to do with it. Because let's just keep an eye here on this Porsche chicane, or the Porsche curve, sorry. Look at how much dirt is on the racetrack. You can see all those white specks. That's gravel from down the line a little bit. See, anyone else maybe have an incident through here. We're seeing a lot of drivers taking a bit of a higher entry, a bit of a wider line. They're not getting right around that curve anymore, partially because of the wet, partially because of that gravel. But yeah, that is a heavy, heavy hit to a lot of those GTP drivers. Go back to another great battle here. Echelon, SimSport, iRacers for Fun have still not separated from each other. They're still going to and fro, so to speak. And he passed by a faster car with no front end. That would, of course, be Impact SimSports Chrome. Still bonnetless. Oh, missed the corner, did iRacers for Fun. Bit of a corner cut there, going to give a spot up. Lose some track position, but no damage to that machine. Turtle Pace Racing with the black flag. Not sure what for. Potentially a unsafe exit. That is going to relegate them down a couple positions. As currently your top 10 overall are on the same lap as the leader. First driver off the lead lap would be Nemesis Racing. Oh, they're about to get hit. There they go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Driver, I think that was... Who was that? Someone just missed entirely the Dunlop curve and got him right in the tire. Let's go back and replay that one. I can't tell who that is behind me. Well, you'll see it here. Driver just missed the corner and bang. Is that the... no, not the 902. I think it was... I don't think it was... The 499 has an issue, but that's not the driver I saw. What happened to the 499 here? That thing was pretty damaged as well. Did he maybe have an issue on the back straight here? A lot of damage on the right front of that machine. Maybe not. Here on a Majors 24 replay. Maybe no damage. Maybe I just, this looks like it. Did miss the corner, though. Things are getting eventful in this semi-wet, raining / drying condition. Yeah, I think some drivers maybe didn't practice the wet conditions. Team Tryhard was off in Indianapolis. I missed that one. A couple minutes ago. Probably not going to be able to find that one either. That was a ways ago. Apologies for that. But that car doesn't look too worse for wear. Yeah, so FSG Racing with the meatball. That car obviously looking more like a KTM Expo at this point. Team DWR with the meatball as well. So is Scudari Picard Racing. Also with heavy damage. Turtle Pace Racing still trying to serve that black flag for probably unsafe pit exit, though I can't confirm what that penalty was. And all that while your leader, Obsidian, Edge GTP is out by 42 seconds. A minute back to third. They are well ahead of this field. In cruise control right now. Just trying to log laps. Project 91 trying to make some moves here. Pace Syndicate Rosemary up to 8th in the running order. Oh, someone's sliding. I can hear it. In Indianapolis, somebody crashed. I can't see who it is. Is that the 499 again? No, it's not. We'll have to go back and check on that one. Maybe from this time. This is back just a second to where we saw the 91 try and pass into Indianapolis. There's a car spun there. Can't quite tell who that is yet. Forza Obsidian Edge. There's Obsidian Edge. They maybe have a problem in Forza. The lead hasn't fallen any, so I'm not sure. Let's get back here to the live shot. There we go. Don't understand what I'm seeing, but let's go 22. iRacers for fun. We're all out here having fun, aren't we? Having a good time. With all 64 of you still hanging out with us, still, I really appreciate the support you guys have shown throughout this broadcast, both to VSPEED and, of course, to the drivers here who are participating in this event. I'm sure they will be tickled pink to know that there are a bunch of people watching them. So we got drivers who are trying to regain from going out in the sand trap. As the Impact Sim Sports Chrome machine still does not have a bonnet. Probably going to run this out another couple laps until we see them put the front end back on, saving that fast repair. Oh, go Obsidian Edge in Italian. Okay. Well, today I learned that Forza means go in Italian. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the lesson. Still a few drivers on pit lane. Dakar Racing still for the last 9 minutes on pit road, 5 minutes. FSG Racing. Tough hits for both of those guys. Turtle Space has still not hit pit road yet. Not sure if they're trying to appeal this black flag or what's going on for their BMW hybrid. A little check-in on your podium runners at the moment as we get to the drying conditions. Obsidian Edge GTP is currently leading the way. Paddock.GG Black is in second. And ProTech Motorsports finds himself in the third position. That is for the GTP class. Your GT, or your LMP2s, apologies. GazX Racing Team Nemesis finds himself leading the way on pit road. Team RedX.com SimSport 902, who's now entering the pit lane, find themselves in second in class. AITT Revolution E-Racing 240, third in the LMP2 class. And now to the GT3's Cracked.Racing. They are leading that GT3 class. Banana Racing Team still holding tough in the second spot. And Team Nishikin, I'm going to get this right eventually, find themselves in third after early contact with the wall took them out of the lead. 36th overall, but third in class is where they run. Only one driver is out of the race. One team, I should say. That is Sorrento Motorsports GT3. They've been on pit road now for 134 minutes, which is less than optimal. Placebo International SimSport is back on the racetrack after 13 minutes of repairs. And others have had their incidents as well, of course, as this is an endurance race. We have just passed over halfway through the third hour here of the Majors 24. Split number 4 here on VSPEED. Little drag race between a couple drivers not on the same lap, both in the McLarens. As I mentioned earlier in the show, McLaren is really dominating the GT3 class, with the exception of your leader, Cracked Out Racing, who's in an Acura. Majority of the other drivers are in McLarens. Obviously, every one of these LMP2 machines running a Dallara P217, as that is the only LMP2 machine available. And there are a smattering of vehicles, different makes and models in the GTP class, including the Cadillac, which we're going to ride on board with because it sounds awesome. Windshield wipers not moving anymore. That's a good sign. Getting this race back into a drying condition. It's like Paddock.VG's on pit road. They're going to give up their podium position for the moment. A lot of drivers should be hitting pit road here shortly. Go back to Project 91, Esports Team Green. Always seem to be in a battle with somebody. This time it's Vicmania Racing League, who we haven't really talked about today, the 151 machine. That red car. Now that the spray is a little bit more manageable, we can see these drivers again. Here comes a... Oh, don't go up the middle. Oh, boy. I thought for sure the 499 was going to go 3 wide up the middle. Those GT3s, and that is not a good move. As we dive into chicane number 1, there's the 499. And there are the rest of those GT3s we just saw. Drivers all with varying levels of damage in this race. Not many have had a clean race to this point, and we are only, again, 3.5 hours in to a 24-hour slugfest. See some drivers go off in the dirt in various places, especially here in the S's. Coming out of Dunlop, seen a lot of issues. But now you're at the point where you're just trying to find the right line. Let's have a look at ProTech and see what they're doing as they follow right behind a competitor of theirs, one of the LMP2s. So the track looks pretty dry. Of course, don't want to hit any of the curbs quite yet, but you're just trying to find the drying line. So down here into the King 4 Indianapolis and into Indianapolis. Don't want to run too wide and get into the curbs there because there's a lot of water down there, but you can kind of run right in the middle. A lot of grip right there. Then again, don't touch the curbs on entry or exit. At this point, you're just dodging puddles. Like the opposite of a frog who likes the puddles. You want to avoid the puddles. Speaking of frog, how about Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green on the pit lane for their scheduled stop, 21st in class of the GT3s. And let's not forget about their teammates, Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue in the LMP2 machine. Currently 5th in class, 23rd overall. Having a good time. Having a good time. Just as I say that, I believe their GT3 team's having a bit of a connection issue. Fun fact with the 27. Let's go find that 27 machine. '27 REC telemetry by Wizards team. There they are. Fun fact about the number 27 car, our team painter usually adds wolf and hare characters from the old Soviet cartoon, something I don't know how to pronounce. As you can see, there's a hare on the side of that machine, and on the other side we saw a wolf. There it is, right in front of that rear wheel. Good stuff. Nice little tidbit there from Alexander. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Currently, they find themselves E5 overall. That Acura right behind him, trying to take it away from him. That being Paddock.GG Black in 6th position, trying to go take that away. So go up through Dunlop. Oh, past Dunlop. How about the chicane? There we go. Into the S's. First section of this, first part of this racetrack, flowing, nice and not easy by any stretch, but it's not a terribly technical area of the racetrack, all the way through Dunlop, the chicane, and then the S's. Then you get into this corner here of Tetre Rouge, however you say it, onto the long straightaway where this is all about speed and just maximizing straight line speed, minimal drag, minimal downforce, until you get to the chicanes, which you can both see over kind of the shoulders of these guys. Where the chicanes obviously making it is about being good under braking, having quick maneuverability left to right, not a lot of body roll in these cars, and not missing the exit like Paddock.GG did right there. And back to the straight line speed, get that good acceleration off. Then the other side of this racetrack is where it starts to get very technical. And that is where you can really gain or lose a lot of time. Is up through, all the way up through Indianapolis, the Porsche, Corvette, and Ford chicane, or curves, and then the Ford chicanes, back to start and finish. That is where most of the time is made or lost on this racetrack. Battle here, 11th, as Pace Syndicate has spun out. Oh, big issue, a couple drivers off track. Let's go back and see what happened here. The Rosemary machine having some difficulties. Down here into the hard braking zone. Just loose under braking. Round it goes, backs it up into the gravel. And then I'm not sure what happened there with that other machine. That is, I believe, that is Paddock.GG. What happened there? Let's try it on board and see. Maybe they just expected that GT3 to pull out in front of them? I'm not sure, but they just sailed it off. Went to go turn in and just missed the corner. Actually wasn't trying to avoid anything, just simply overcooked it. No harm, no foul. Do we know when the first safety car happens or no? I was told within the first 4 hours, which is going to end here in about 20 minutes. So maybe within the next 20 minutes or so should be the first safety car. But you are finding out when I find out, Zachary. So we'll try and get through this one together. Joshua Michael Gavin, the 53 machine, your current leader. This is a fun one. When the 53 Norgard Peterson was in school, the teachers would raise their hands to speak to him. Commanding presence, commanding lead on this race, although it has dropped significantly. They were up by, they did just pit, I suppose, too, so that helps. But they were up by about a minute. Now it's down to 12 seconds, of course. They are now just off of the pit lane. So still a commanding lead, considering ProTech is on 7 laps on this run. We have to pit here in probably about 5 more laps. Team WP300 Lemon losing a spot or two here. Might have a bit of an issue, not sure. I think the car looks okay. Seem to be just a little bit off pace from what I would expect at this part of the racetrack. They did just come off pit road as well, so cold tires, trying to take it easy. Can understand that for sure. The REC telemetry by Wizards team just lost a spot. They're now down to 6th position. Update on FSG Racing, they are still on pit road. 20 minutes of damage to repair. They have fallen now to the last car in class for the GTPs. They're 33rd overall, 21st in class, just ahead of the leader of the GT3s, who is now going to pass them here in just a couple of seconds. Again, one driver out of the race, that is Sorrento Motorsports GT3. Placebo International Sim Sport finds themselves back on the racetrack. They are last in class of the LMP2s with damage. But as we get ready for the end of 4 hours, let's go through, again, your LMP2 class. So, currently leading that class is GazX Sim Racing Team Nemesis, the 15 machine. Martin Statman is the leader. TeamRedX.com, Sim Sport number 902 finds himself in second. Third spot, AITT Revolution E-Racing 240. 20th overall, third in class. Fusion Sim Sport finds himself in fourth. Edward Shelley is the pilot of that rocket ship. Frog Leap Juice Racing Blue, they are in fifth in the 97. Yonk Racing in sixth in class in their 77 machine. Makeway Endurance, 7th in class, 25th overall. Olympus Esports Artemis in 8th. Team DWR Sim Coach Setups 21 by Tane Hodson. They are 9th in class in their 21 machine. Proton Racing UA Denny Pro, which is an awesome name, I might add. 10th in the LMP2 class. 499 Racing, the 498 Todd Swanson. They are 11th in class, and A5 Endurance, the 98 machine, 12th in class, and of course mentioned earlier, the 90 machine of Placebo International Sim Sports, 13th in class, 56th overall, due to the damage that they had earlier in the Porsche curve. So that is the LMP2 class. A quick look at them. Typically, the forgotten class is how I've seen it in endurance racing. That's why I keep talking about them. Once we cross over the 4-hour mark, we will go through the the GTP grid, as we have a driver who's slow down here on the backstretch. Oh, just going through the puddle. Never mind. We'll go through the GTP class. Tell you where all those drivers are running, and then after that, we'll do the GT3s. So stay tuned here as we go 15 minutes away from 4 hours here of the Majors 24, split number 4 here on VSPEED. Should be seeing a safety car here as well, as has been mentioned here in a little bit. Speed Eagle's got a black flag. They're on pit lane right now. Maybe a pit entry issue. Hard to say. Black Flag Motorsports trying to chase down Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha and fan favorite Austin Cobb in 8th in that 42 machine. Here's a question. Did Impact Sim Sports get the nose back on? Oh, I think now is the time. Now is the time to put the nose cone back on that machine, I think. Impressive drive, though, running 7th without a nose cone to be able to keep this thing moving. That whole front clip was gone. So, good on him. Oh, 499 had an issue. What happened to them for about the last 5 minutes? They're off the racetrack, so apologies to those drivers for not catching what happened to Logan Keys. He obviously had some sort of issue, now 18th in class. Leader, City and Edge GTP, still working through traffic, as to be expected in that Cadillac. Oh, big moment there. Hit the paint. We've seen a bunch of drivers crash on that paint. Of course, it hasn't rained for a little while, but the track is still wet. Let's check out the temperature of the racetrack. 62 degrees. Ambient is down 2 from the start of the race. It was 74, now 72. Track temp has dropped 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, another moment. They are driving the wheels off of this lead car. Passing top 3 in class in the GT3s. That is Team Nishken. Empire Racing trying to make a move on Big Mania Racing League. That 151 entry, that red car. Rooster Tail definitely falling away. As we head up to Indianapolis, a little kink before it. There's the kink, and Indianapolis. This, of course, Empire Racing, the number 6, running an 8th in class. Let's go through the GT3 cars right now. How's that sound? How's that sound, chat? Cracked Racing. Cracked Dot Racing. Your leader, first overall, in the number 20. Banana Racing Team still in 2nd, doing a great job maintaining that spot in the 47. In the 24 machine, running 3rd in class, Team Nishken. Adrenaline Motorsports, Charlie. Clint Mago driving that machine. He is in the 43, running in 4th. Broken Wing Endurance Team. That thing sounds mean, that McLaren. P5 in the 25. Malka Black GT1 had the lead early in this race. Unfortunately, got caught up exiting pit road and had a crash. They are 6th in class. Vic Mania Racing League at 7th. With Jack Tunks as the driver. Empire Racing League 40th overall. 8th in class. We're just on board with them. Pace Syndicate Rosemary. Will G. Ryan finds them. The 043 is in 9th. 10th spot, Gen Brothers Competition, 996. Raphael Heck getting ganged up on here by a couple of prototypes. 11th in class, Vesta Sport Yellow in the 52. Team Tryhard finds themselves in 12th in their 55 machine. Project 91 Racing Team Green, JJ Burr in the 91 is 13th in class. Absolute Motorsport Aislinn in the GT3 machine. The 56 finds themselves in 14th. Daniel Maggiani, the driver right now. iSport GBR, Nathaniel Treadwell, 48th overall, 15th in class. Echelon SimSport GT3 Purple, Ryan Bravo is the driver. They are 16th in class right now, 49th overall. Valkyrie XP Green in the 177. Stephanie Cromwell making her debut to a broadcasted event. 17th is where they are in class. 5-0 overall, 50th overall. iRacers for Fun, Sebastian Ferreira. 22 machine is 18th in class. Aerokinetics in the 222 is 19th in class. Vladimir Marche. Lumen Motorsport Spark, 20th in class, 53rd overall, number 40 machine. Frog Leap Juice Racing Green, 21st in class, 13th in, or number 13 is their car number. Speed Eagles, somebody just spun in Dunlop. They are the last car running in the GT3 class. 22nd overall. Sorrento Motorsport GT3 has left the session about 2 hours ago. So that is a look through your GT3 class. We'll get the GTPs done here in the next few minutes or so. Check out the S's. Big sweeping part of the racetrack. Really like this section. Great sight lines, top of the hill. They work down the hill. They come back across us and leave out the other side of the frame. Just a nice part of the racetrack to look at. Would it surprise you, chat, if I let you know that there is not a single car on this racetrack for position within a second of each other? We are really starting to spread out here along this 8.46 mile facility, 33 corners according to iRacing, really 17 unique sections, I think is how it's done in the endurance world. It's what they call it. Like, for example, this corner we just passed through here, down in Mulsanne. Technically, in iRacing, they call it 14 and 15, whereas I think in the real world, they call it just one corner. So it's a little setup right and then a hard right-hander. I'd be mistaken. They also call the Ford chicanes numbers 30 through 33 when really it's just called Ford chicanes. So if I say corner numbers that are a little bit strange, that would be why. As we have just about completed the 4th hour here of the Majors 24, split number 4 on VSPEED. I'm gonna have to do it again, folks, I'm sorry. If you haven't already, check out VSPEEDSim.com, at VSPEEDSim on X, subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video, hit the notification icon so you don't miss a moment of the racing action that you can't find anywhere else. Glad to be here. Glad that I get to show this racing to you, the fans and drivers and crew members who wouldn't get to see this normally. It's been an absolute blast so far for these first 4 hours. Oh, we got a car off here. That's the driver in 12th. Not the driver in 12th. Not sure who that was, actually, that was off. It's interesting. Someone definitely just missed that corner. Doesn't much matter. No damage regardless. All the meatball flags have been fixed as well. The FSG racing machine back out on the racetrack, as is the 499 racing machine. Scuderi Picard racing team and Team DWR Simcoat Setups 26. They're all back on the track. Now seems like a good time to go through your GTP field. Obsidian Edge GTP is the leader, has been for quite some time. ProTech Motorsport finds himself in second, led a lot of this race early. Paddock.GG Black finds himself in third. REC Telemetry by Wizards team in fourth. Hyperion Racing, they are in the 5th position. High Caliber Autosports, 6th. The 81 of Black Flag Motorsports, 81, they are 7th. Impact Sim Sports Chrome with a new nose piece, I might add. There they are. They are in 8th. 9th overall, Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha. Luke Mann, now the driver of this machine. SimCity Racing 971. Nick Mazza. All my Drake fans. There's a joke in there somewhere. Nemesis Racing is 11th. Team WP300 Lemon in 12th. Pole Sim Racing Blue Sam Hopkins is in 13th in the 37. Delta Racing GTP Black Flag for them. They are in 14th. Turtle Pace Racing is 15th, up 6 positions from where they started. MPB Motorsports 1 down 15 spots from the pole to 16th after their many issues they've had in this race. They are 16th in class, 17th overall. AW Racing Team White, 20th overall, 17th in class. Team DWR Simcoe set of 26, they are 18th in class, 26th overall. Scuderia Picard Racing in the 861, 19th overall, 29th overall, 19th in class. 449 Racing in the 499 in the 499. They are 20th in class, 31st overall. FSG Racing is 21st in class, 38th overall, and the last of the GTP cars. All right, let's have a look at some other drivers here. I get some love in the chat for the 151 Vicmania Racing Team. They're up to P7 in class, and it's starting a little bit dark out here around this racing facility. Solid run for that, up 3 positions for Vicmania Racing League, 10th to 7th so far. Impact GTP team, the SimSport Chrome machine by Victor Clayson. Did really well to drive without a bonnet for that entire run the last time around. Currently in 7th in the 136 machine, doing a great job. Lucas Mann right behind him in the Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha machine. In 8th, up 12 spots. Great run for him. And then the last one from chat here, the 22 of iRacers for Fun, Harry Fox. 53rd in the race, 20th in class in the 22 machine. Mere seconds away from hitting the 4-hour mark. What a absolutely thrilling race it's been so far. We've seen great racing. We've seen mistakes. We've seen rain. It's over now, but the track is still wet. Massively changing conditions. Started off over 100 degrees on the track temp. Now down in probably the 70s, I would think. 62 degrees still with the wet track. I'm expecting a safety car here in just mere moments as we cross over into the 19 and change hours left in this race. Back up front, Obsidian Edge GTP has got back on the same strategy. It's paddock.gg. The gap is back to a minute. having a great run so far, and these guys are not holding back anything. They are driving the wheels off of this car. We've seen this thing twitching and bouncing and moving and shaking all over this racetrack. Let's ride on board for a lap with your leader. Hear and see just how rough that section is. Getting pelted with gravel as well from drivers in front of you. That's kind. Interesting. I'm not sure why it chugs so much. Maybe Chad can help me out here. Why it chugs so much on acceleration? Is he maybe out of battery? It's trying to kick on that electric system, but it's not, doesn't have enough, or is he just pedaling the throttle that much to try and keep it hooked up? Maybe maybe someone can give me a little bit of insight there why the 53, why it sounds like that under kind of acceleration deeper off the corner. That's kind of an interesting note. Maybe other cars do that too. Let's check out second spot Paddock.gg and their Acura. A lot quieter. Hear the gifter, in fact. Oh, iRacing shenanigans is what I was told. Interesting. Could be battery related as well. I'm not, I don't think he's parked right on the straightaway by any stretch. Just wondering if maybe there's a problem getting it hooked up. Because you can see there is a dry line, that really light gray section of the racetrack. You can see that the Acura's on right now. Oh, and what a slide. Holy cow. At 120 miles an hour. That gray section is where you want to stay. That gray section is the dry part. That darker section, you don't want to go there. You can kind of see it here. This part, good. This is where you want to be. That dark gray section that caused the car in front of him to slip, bad. Don't want to go there. Definitely don't want to miss off the edge either. A lot of puddles still on this racetrack. $19 hours, 56 minutes remain. We are going to step aside one more time here, take a quick commercial break. Be back in just a bit with the final 2 hours here of the first stint here, first stream of Split 4 in the Majors 24. Don't go anywhere, folks. Be right back. Of course, watching the Major Series, Majors 24 here on VSPEED. Back in just a minute.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Back here on VSPEED for the Majors 24. 19 hours, 51 minutes remain here in this race. Look around this beautiful facility, this 8.46 mile racetrack. This just headed on the Mulsanne Straight. This one, I believe, off of chicane number 2. So we see drivers all over this racetrack, now down into the King. Obsidian Edge GTP continues to lead by about 55 seconds over Paddock.GG Black. REC Telemetry by Wizards team finds themselves in the 3rd position. All right, chat, we are nearing the end of our time together. About an hour and 50 minutes left here in this section of the streams. We have an epic battle here, not necessarily for position, but just a couple drivers going at it. Have you revised your picks any? Or who do you think is going to win the race? Lions Pride, do you still think it's going to be the rain? Because, of course, it has stopped raining. And it is simply just wet on the racetrack and dry in most spots. It's definitely getting drier out there. While I let you think on that a little bit, GazX Racing Nemesis leads in the LMP2 class. Behind them is Team RedX.com SimSport. They're about 30 or so seconds behind. And then AITT Revolution iRacing 240. They find themselves in 3rd in the LMP2 class. As far as the GT3s, Banana Racing Team has found their way to the lead for the first time today. Cracked.Racing in 2nd now. And Team Nishiken is back to 3rd, 36th overall, but 3rd in the class. Closest battle on the racetrack. This one right here. iSport GBR getting chased down by Aerokinetics Blue. And here comes a LMP2 down in the rough stuff. Running right in the puddle. Goodness. That's not convenient. Aerokinetics able to get around that orange number 50 machine. While we were at break, Olympus Esports Artemis had an issue. They have a meatball flag. They're on pit lane right now. Fusion SimSport dragging the underbody on the ground, trying to make the most speed that they can. Max downforce and all that. Chicanes look pretty dry. Just don't hit the curb on the exit and you'll probably be okay. Turtle Pace Racing on pit lane. Gonna pit from 15th overall, landing class. Doing their thing. Might be asking, how fast do drivers get at the end of one of these straightaways? I clocked 196 miles an hour for Paddock.GG Black. So no safety car. Well, that is what it looks like. I thought I heard there was going to be a safety car. I could be mistaken on that. Clearly I am, in fact, because there hasn't been one. So maybe not a safety car. Are we going to have a safety car? Does any of the teams know? I wasn't privy to that information at the start of the race. If there is a scheduled safety car or if it's just if one naturally occurs. Maybe someone can, from one of the teams can let me know here if we have a safety car scheduled in the next couple hours. Fan favorite, iRacers for fun, could come late. Okay. Harry Fox, the pilot of this machine. Okay. There's a random chance of 0 to 4 safety cars over the race, minus the first and last 30 minutes. Okay, so it wasn't 4 hours, it was 4 chances. That's where the 4 came from. My apologies, I was a little bit mistaken on that, but that makes a lot of sense. So we'll have to see if there's a random safety car. Could happen anytime now. Definitely could throw a wrench into this thing, but it could be 0 safety cars as well, and that would also really be interesting. So thank you very much for that information. Appreciate it. As we work into the 11 o'clock hour Mountain Time. Oh, what happened here? The team Nishkin. Go back and check it out. Just got passed here for 4th. I thought they got moved out of the way. They fell back to 4th. Caught the wet on entry a little bit. Just a couple slips allowed Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie to catch right up. iRacers for fun, still trying to gain some spots. Now going after Valkyrie XP Green. Gonna go out and make that slipstream move. Oh, crossover, top to bottom. Easily outbroke him. Yeah, so from what I'm reading in the chat here, it looks like anytime here in this race we could have 1 to 4 safety cars. If you're familiar with oval racing and you hear me say safety car, you might not know what I'm talking about. Safety car is just a pace car. So in any oval race that you've seen here on VSPEED, most of them anyway, crash happens, you know, Drivers wadded up in turn 3 at Talladega, whatever. The pace car comes out. All the drivers line up behind the pace car. We call it safety car on the roadside. And everyone kind of gets compressed back together, and they sort out the order a little bit. We're not exactly sure if drivers are going to get laps back if they get caught behind a safety car in a certain spot. They probably just get waved around so that the class leaders are the first ones in their class behind the safety car. So if you happen to be the tail end of the lead lap for your class, you could get waved around to the back of your lead lap, potentially. We're not quite sure about that, so. Yeah, agreed, Alexander. Usually if you have an automatic safety car to host a session, you need a really big crash. That would pretty much be a track blocker. Probably in the Porsche or Corvette curves would be where that would happen if it did happen. But with the live stewards here, they will just simply trigger a safety car, put the race under caution, yellow flag per se, and then everyone will get bunched up back together. So 0 to 4 of those throughout the race potentially. Not exactly sure when. It could even happen off of the broadcast, because of course we're only on air here for another hour 42 minutes or so. Yeah, fantastic explanations here in the chat. If you're still a little confused, just go read what Alexander and Tinzelix and all of them have said in the chat. Oh, car, big crash, by the way. Is that Aerokinetics? Is that... Oh, they spun again. That is Aerokinetics blue. Let's go see what happened to them, because that car is torn up. Here through Porsche curve. A lot of debris. Oh, caught the curve. And bang into the fence. Oh, big hit right there. Yeah, they destroyed the left rear on that machine. And spun again here. Right there. Really gave way. That is going to be bad news for them. Oh, he crashed again onto pit road. Let's go back on another replay. Yeah, this is the frustration when you crash so close to pit road that you have to get there still. And obviously without a drive tire working properly, you can have zero lateral load. So here he probably hits the brakes right there, and as soon as he does, it spits it into the wall. It's even worse damage than it was before. Off break for Aerokinetics blue. High Caliber Auto Sports. Running 8th overall, trying to take it to Adrenaline or to Impact Sim Sports Chrome. 8th overall for the driver here. Couple Cadillacs trying to figure it out. Still, Impact Sim Sport Chrome is going to keep that spot. Let's ride on board here. not quite able to keep High Colorado Sports behind him. Saw that on that last lap. Listening to that Cadillac purr, so to speak. We got Lachlan Olsen in the chat. Remember, he was driving earlier in that first stint, that 240 machine. I believe it was the 240 machine anyway. I could be wrong about that. Regardless, had a good time in the wet. It was a bit surprising that we didn't have more casualties. Really more issues in the drying condition than in the wet condition, which I thought was kind of interesting. Usually I would expect to see more issues when it's full wet, but maybe a little less treacherous when it's full wet because you know everything is full wet. Also got to show the 136 machine. So we can find them here. 136 Impact Sim Sports. There we go. Just on board with them. As they're finding seemingly the only moisture left on that straightaway. Still chasing down High Colorado Sports. They caught him very quickly. Obsidian Edge just off of pit road. Hyperion Racing. He's going to have to pit here in just a second. Oh, the cold tires. Making it difficult. Oh, wow. Just about chopped the nose there into the S's. Excellent, excellent battle here. What is the schedule for this broadcast? So this broadcast is going to go for another hour and 35 minutes until we hit 6 hours into this race. Then we are going to end the stream. There will be another stream that goes up that you can find on VSPEED, and that'll be for the last 6 hours. I will also be doing those last 6 hours of the race starting at 3 a.m. Eastern time. So make sure to set your calendars for that. Just notification icon on here on the VSPEED channel. You'll get notified of when that goes live. We'll get it set up within the next hour after this one concludes. Definitely, so you're going to want to stay tuned to that to see how this one finishes. Got some drivers in chat going over how their race has gone so far. Definitely been a fun one to watch, and this is one of those ones where it's really fun to watch, and it's probably fun to drive if things go well. If you're running the 44, the Hyperion Racing machine, if you're in the 53, the Obsidian Racing Edge GT3 machine, up there in the top two, things are awesome. If you're maybe the Speed Eagles, who have had a couple instances where they found themselves off the racetrack or in the outside wall or whatever have you, maybe not quite as fun. It's still fun, don't get me wrong, hanging out with your teammates and driving on this sim we call iRacing. It's still enjoyable, but maybe not quite as much as if you were, say, leading the pack. This continues to be the closest battle on the racetrack from anyone in any class. 7th position for the GTPs. Colorado Sports, Impact Sim Sports Chrome. Working through lap traffic here. Through the DuPont chicane. Dunlop chicane, not DuPont. Dunlop chicane. What racetrack is DuPont on? Because that has got me all twisted up. I think Spa has a DuPont, right? Apologies, everyone, of course. I mean Dunlop. Are we expecting a safety car soon? We just kind of figured that out, that it's a random chance of a safety car, between 0 and 4 of them, so it's possible it doesn't happen. Between basically now and 30 minutes to go in the race, we could see a safety car. It might not happen during this broadcast. It might happen during this part of the stream. It might happen in the second 6-hour part of the stream. It could happen in the 12 hours we're off. We're not really sure when there'll be a safety car, if there'll be a safety car. So Exactly right, Alexander. Thank you for that feedback in the chat. So. Obsidian continues to lead. Hyperion is on pit road right now. That's why they're losing spots at the moment. 44 of crap. Also why there's no time up beside Feimster right now is because they're on pit road. They don't register times on pit road on this telemetry app here. So, oh, Team RedX.com got a penalty. That's not good. Maybe a too many incident point penalty potentially, since he didn't pit recently. That is a tough break, but one that definitely could happen here at a racetrack like this. Very easy to miss one of these 33 corners. Find yourself off track, make contact, whatever the case is. Very easy to do here. Oh, they got close together now, trying to pass Team Banana. Side by side down into Indianapolis. Sorts itself out now to the Porsche curves right after Arnage. As they weave through the trees. The battle for 7th in class. Down into Porsche curve. This is turn 23. Now 24, 25, the double apex, right beside that safer barrier that was pointed out earlier. A lot of debris on the racetrack as well in that area. Some water on the bottom of that curve. Oh man. Treacherous it is. Through Porsche and Corvette. Now to Ford chicanes. The gap has grown a little bit. High caliber better through that section. Seems like Impact SimSport Chrome maybe a little bit better in the braking zones. And a little bit worse getting the power down in their Cadillac. 971 apparently had a moment. SimCity Racing, let's go back and check it out about a minute ago. Break into the chicane. Everything so far so good here. Oh, out of the chicane, caught the wet spot. Oh no. Oh man, that is a tough break for SimCity Racing. 971. Hate to see that. Still on pit road. Big meatball flag there. Don't look now, but Paddock GG has caught Obsidian Edge GTP. That lead was over a minute. I don't know what happened. Still parts flying all over the racetrack. I don't know what happened to Obsidian Edge GTP, but they lost their entire advantage. They're on the same pit sequence as well. Maybe a little bit of damage to repair. They were in the pit box for 1 minute and 18 seconds. Versus the 41 seconds of Paddock.gg. And into Dunlop. To the chicane. 1 and 2. 53 and 45. Scuderia Picard Racing also with an incident. Let's go back and see what happened to them. Oh, there's who they lost the nose cone. Here working through the curves. They caught one of the GT3 cars, the 177. Maybe caught him offline. That's exactly what happened. Caught him offline, clipped the grass, and destroyed that race car. Got to pit road, however, they have been fixed, and they are getting back out on the racetrack. Oh my goodness, Obsidian loses the lead. We came back at just the right moment, out of the chicane, onto the wet stuff. give the lead back to Paddock.gg. 45 is going to take over. Wow. The mixed conditions strike again, absolutely. Every one of these drivers is driving their heart out right now, including Impact SimSport Chrome. Still trying to chase down High Caliber Autosports. It's been like this way for about the last 5 or 6 laps. And while that doesn't sound like much to my oval brethren, this is an 8.5 mile long racetrack. That's a lot of miles to be right near somebody. And yes, shout out Banana Racing Team. Oh, into the wet stuff again. No acceleration. Impact SimSport Chrome gonna get around him. High Caliber Autosports falls back to 8. Can he chase him down? And don't look now, Black Flag Motorsports has been caught as well. That's that black and blue machine, the 81. Now it's a 3-car battle, 6, 7, 8. All right to the corner. Along the side pod. 3 cars catching the LMP2. Where are they going to go? 1 to the inside of the first chicane, 2 to the inside of the first chicane, probably 3 will all take the inside of this first chicane. Black Flag Motorsports 81 just lost 2 spots in one section of the racetrack. Less than ideal, obviously, for those drivers, for that team. Obsidian takes the lead back as well while we're watching this. They're back in front by about 1.5 seconds. I'm going to keep it on this battle here as we have an excellent battle for 6 and 7. Rather than going back with hopes of catching that pass for the lead. Car off in the gravel, I think. Maybe not. I thought I saw some dust, but I don't see anyone. Hard to tell in these mixed conditions what's wet, like what's vapor, and what is dust from debris or going off track or in the grass or whatever have you. So that's a bit of a difficulty from the broadcast booth this deep into the event. And with these mixed conditions. Paddock.gg still going at it. High Caliber Autosports caught back up. SimSport Chrome. Sim Racing Blue trying to chase down SimCity Racing 971. Remember that 971 machine. Heavy damage earlier. Able to take the fast repair and get it fixed. The vast majority of your GTP field has used up that fast repair, I should add. Obsidian Edge GTP the leader. Impact SimSports Chrome in 6th. Black Flag Motorsports 81 in 8th. And Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha in 10th. Turtle Pace Racing in 15th. MPB Motorsports 1 in 18th. And those are the only teams that have not used the fast repair yet. Remember, there are 21 drivers in that class. I only named 6 teams. 21 teams in that class, sorry. Only named 6 of them, so a lot of drivers have already used the fast repair. Back to the battle for the lead. As Paddock chases him down. That's the leader right in front of him. Block into the chicanes. Oh, he got the puddle. He hit the puddle in the braking zone. Oh man. No damage on that machine. Didn't hit anything. Unlike ProTech Motorsports, who just got some damage, heavy damage on this car. What happened? Here we go into Indianapolis. Oh, we got in the wet stuff. Locked it up. And into the wall it goes. Seen that happen a time or two today. Remember, ProTech led a lot of this race earlier. Now they are on pit lane, and they do not have a fast repair left. That slide by Paddock is going to put them back to third. REC Telemetry by Wizards team going to find themselves in second at the moment. Yeah, keeping track of fast repairs. Typically in the official iRacing events, you don't get fast repairs, so everyone's kind of in the same boat. But here, with the added fast repair, definitely helps, and you got to keep track of it because, you know, if you use it early, that might be the only time you crash, but chances are it won't be. So you really got to be careful and use it wisely. If you have, you know, a crash where you're going to knock both front tires off of it, yeah, probably worth a fast repair. Excuse me. But if you, you know, you don't want to use it on a wall scrape because that obviously is not beneficial because that was only going to take a couple seconds anyway to fix. You probably do it during the pit stop anyway. So very interesting to keep track of these fast repairs. Pay Syndicate Rosemary in 11th. The 043. Oh, look at all the debris. One driver misses the exit, and everyone pays the price. Yeah, that's racing for you, isn't it? This car currently 11th in class. Pace Syndicate Rosemary machine driven by Marcus Manitska. Again, apologies for butchering names. I'm doing my best up here. It has also been 5 straight hours of streaming, so bear with me if I get a little bit out of it, so to speak. It looks like ProTech Motorsports has turned off the car. I don't know what that means. See if they're able to get back into this race. A car that ran so well. Probably looking at about 15 plus minutes of damage to repair if it can be fixed at all. It's not too often you see both front tires blown off these things. They are tethered after all, so you really have to hit hard to knock both of those front tires off. As we watch your leader from afar, that black GTP, the 53 machine. Tertre Rouge. The puddle is gone, or at least it's gone on the racing line. Drivers can be a lot more aggressive there than they used to be. Oh, Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha with an issue. Things seems to be hunky-dory at this point in time. Oh, same thing. Indianapolis gets him again. This time backed it into the wall and knocked the front off. Oh, that is not what you want to see. Maybe we should just park it in Indianapolis. Look at those puddles. How easy it is. Like, we've seen a lot of drivers hit that first puddle, the one at kind of at the top of the screen, or kind of the middle of the screen here. If I had a teleprompter, I would circle it, but I don't, so I'm just going to have to use your imagination. But they catch that first puddle, and all of a sudden, they got no grip on that side of the car, hit the brake pedal, around it goes. Little weather condition update for you. Track temp is rising up to 69 Fahrenheit. Was, of course, 62 when it was raining. Here's some prototypes on the way. Well, the gap from City and Edge back to REC telemetry is shrinking ever so slightly as we close in on hour number 5. What happened with the safety car? We didn't end up getting one at this point. So as the safety car, from my understanding how it's going to work, we have a somewhere between 0 and 4 safety cars could happen. So 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 safety cars could happen at some random point throughout the race, not including the first half hour, which obviously is past, or the last half hour, which obviously is still yet to come. We could see a safety car at any moment in time here throughout the rest of this event, save for that last half an hour. We have not seen one yet. It is also possible that we could not see a safety car because 0 is included in that set. So hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, so just got to be very, very careful here with the strategy. Another good comment, that in this condition, that puddle is probably going to stay there in Indianapolis until the morning. I would agree with you there. Getting fairly late. We started in the afternoon. It's now getting into the kind of the dusk conditions here in France. Would not be surprised if we start seeing some darkness approaching very quickly. Delta Racing GTP, there's the 12 machine. That's what I was looking for earlier. They just made a pit stop. Trying to chase down SimCity Racing 971, who is on a bit of a different strategy, about 4 laps different on their fuel and tires. Right on board. Nothing quite like being strapped to a rocket. That's what it feels like. Racing these things. 11th position, Delta Racing GTP. Just under 14 minutes until the 5th and final hour of this broadcast. Will go until we start the 6th hour, then we will shut it down. Those details will be given out here on the VSPEED channel, so if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe, make sure to hit that notification icon so you don't miss a moment of this action that you're going to see later in the race. And also like the video, helps us reach more people, show more people this great racing action. I'll do it again. I know you guys hate this, and we got to do it. Check us out, vspeedsim.com, or on X at vspeedsim. I'm Morgan Cook, your lead and production here, doing a solo show for for 6 hours. It's been fun. Chat definitely been helping me out here. Some information and just generally having some good banter up here. We have a whole line of cars here. Only one of these spots for position. Make Way Endurance, the 30 machine trying to chase down Team DWR SimCoach Setups 21. That would be the purple car. So this purple car trying like heck to get away around that Project 91 machine. Here's the puddle that we all are growing to dislike. Everyone gets through cleanly. Another close battle. iSport GBR trying to chase down Syndicate Rosemary. That is the white machine. A couple McLarens doing battle. I definitely agree on that, Alexander. These water puddles are like mistake amplifiers. If you make a mistake and you get out of the dry line, as most of the racetrack is dry, you can see how a lot of it is that light gray color versus kind of the darker gray right beside the puddle. If you miss a corner, oh, and there he goes. Oh my goodness, it happened right in front of our eyes. Pace Syndicate Rosemary goes around in the chicane. Saw that one happen live. But as you can kind of see here on the racetrack, there's that darker stuff. Let me see better from here. The darker stuff on the far right side of your screen. That's what you want to avoid. And if you miss the dry line like we just did with this car, you find yourself on that dark gray stuff, and then you find yourself in the puddles. You are really going to be in trouble. 44 with a big crash. We're going to find it. 44 had a massive crash. Let's see here. Where was it? 44, Hyperion Racing. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, that's not how that's supposed to look. Further back here. This is into Uslan. So we see here from a good ways back. Looking at the blue machine here. Into the braking zone. Oh, caught the curb and it just took a hard turn. Oh no. Oh, that's an onboard, but hold on to your lunch, folks. Depending where you are in the world. Could be any meal, really. Now this is I've been there, I've done this before. At Daytona specifically, but you just forget that it's wet for a minute, and you go out to try and make a pass, and you catch that curb, and bang. 7th gear, 100-some miles an hour, car's toast. Now, he's just now getting back to pit road. Surprising he can even like get the brakes under, maybe dial some more rear brake into it to get to turn some more, but yikes, that is a tough one. That's going to put him back. Hyperion Racing back to the 5th position. And falling rather quickly. Let's have a look at our GT3 leader, Banana Racing team. About 22 seconds up on Cracked.Racing. Having an excellent run. Up 4 spots from where they started. Might be interesting to see who has been the biggest movers in this race throughout the classes. Start off with the GTP class. That would be the REC telemetry by Wizards team, plus 14 positions. 16th up to 2nd. Paddock.GG, same deal. 17th to 3rd, also up 14 positions. And then Hyperion Racing is up 11. Of course, they just crashed, so I imagine they will probably lose some spots here rather quickly. Not too much for big movers in the LMP2 class. We've got +7 AITT Revolution eRacing 240. They have gained 7. Nobody else has gained more than 4. And that would be Proton Racing UA has gained 4 positions exactly. In the GT3 class, 15 positions gained for Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie. 52nd to 35th overall. Empire Racing has gained 15 positions as well. Doing a great job in their class. Team Tryhard is also trying very hard. They're +10. So good for them. Things looking good here for a lot of drivers. Jens Brothers competition, 1996 on the pit lane, as is Team Nishikin. Hyperion still with the fast repair, trying to get it fixed. As most of this racetrack is in a drying state. A couple places, of course. Still have the puddles. We talked about Indianapolis quite a bit. We're having some treacherous situations. Here off the end of the Ford chicane. Looking at the pit lane. Some beautiful sights around this track here in France. Beautiful, beautiful facility. Not a lot in terms of on-track battles. Here's one. Not in class per se, but the 499 Racing machine's going to swap positions here. The GTP entry passing the WR Simcoe Setups 21, the LMP2 entry, so that's going to move them up 1 in the overall standings. Oh no, the ProTech machine. They have called it a day. Oh, I hate to see that. Led laps early. Oh man, that is a tough break for Ryan Moles and team. Sam Sherwood, along with all their other drivers. Hate to see that for them. We got a driver off track here, able to keep it going somehow. Yeah, really unfortunate situation for the 4 machine. ProTech Motorsports started in 4th, not going to finish anywhere near there, as they will be, looks like, 2nd last in class. FSG Racing has also, looks like they've retired from the event. They've been on pit road for about 16 minutes now, so I don't believe they're able to continue either. They will finish, it looks like, 21st in class. Aerokinetics Blue has also left the session, so has the Speed Eagles, and obviously Sorrento Motorsports GT3 was out about 60 laps ago. But that is racing. Things can go so well until one moment. And things can go so wrong so quickly. Let's see if we can maybe take this show on the road. See if we can have a chat with Gonna see if we can find a team here to chat with. Let's see what we can find here. Let's look at the Black Flag Motorsports number 81 machine. Hey, Black Flag Motorsports number 81. It's Morgan up at the VSPEED booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just checking in here. 5 hours into this event, running P6 overall. How we feeling?
Pretty good. About to make our pit stop and a driver change. Overall been pretty good. We've just minded our own business. Haven't really had many incidents, and so we're just trying to butt it home. It's been really fun so far.
Absolutely.
Now pits here.
Just wait until we get here onto the pit lane to talk to these guys.
Appreciate it. How's it been up in the booth for y'all?
It has been a good one so far. We're getting after it here on VSPEED. Glad to have this event broadcasted on VSPEED. Glad to see all the driver turnout. 57 cars in this field. A little bit of rain as well. That made it a little bit interesting. How do you guys feel about this race so far? How's it been for you guys?
Outlook is good. As long as we can stay on the lead lap here, as long as the safety car comes out, when we're on the lead lap, we should be able to have a good shot at the end as long as we're there. And we still have a fast repair remaining, so which is a lot better off than most teams that we're battling currently. So we're looking good.
Absolutely.
Quietly confident.
Fantastic. One of the very few teams in the GTP class that has that fast repair. So, yeah, protect that wisely. Absolutely. Nicholas going to get in the car here. But I got to thank you guys for having some time with me. While I'm in here, anything you guys want to say on the broadcast, please do keep it PG, though.
So major for putting this thing on, and go Black Flag Motorsports.
Awesome. That was Jaden Fisher for Black Flag Motorsports. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Little chat there with Black Flag Motorsports. If any other teams are sitting in the YouTube chat and really would like a conversation with me, let me know. I'll jump down to your channel. It's difficult being a one-man show up here to make sure I don't catch people at a bad time is always a concern of mine. Obviously, hitting pit road, not the optimal time for the now 5th place machine. The 81 Black Flag Motorsports entry. Let's maybe see if we can have a little discussion with another team. Let's go chat with, how about 499 Racing? I don't know which 499 that is. Maybe we'll skip them. Fusion Simsport might be a fun one to chat with here. Fusion Simsport in the LMP2 class. Hey, Fusion Simsport.
So we got 2 laps.
Morgan up in the VSPEED booth. You got a copy.
Hello.
Hello. How are things going for this number 19 machine?
That was not the best time.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, we're just dealing with a little bit of traffic coming out of the pit lane here.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he was already spinning, right?
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah. He was
Yeah,
way
yeah,
early
I thought
spinning. I went left. I had to go left.
Yeah, binned it on.
Spinning on cold tires. Yeah. Spinning on the cold tires. Well avoided it. I guess. Hello.
Hello.
boys.
Sorry, guys. Apologies for that. I have you guys zoomed in. I couldn't see what was happening around you. So, again, my bad on that one. But great job working through that. Running P4 in class, Fusion Simsport. Tom Guest, the driver. Who's up? Who wants to have a chat here with broadcaster here from VSPEED?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
So that's Garen Batten. I don't think I've seen you in the car yet to this point. How would you?
I did.
What?
I did qualifying. I did qualifying first stint. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Fantastic. How would you guys say your race is going so far?
It's been great. The strategy of get in, get out, give the car to Ed has been going great. So yeah, stayed out of trouble early. We've run our own pace, and Ed's pace in the wet was fantastic. And so we're back to P4, having lost a bit of time for a small spin early. We're just sticking to our plan here at the moment, and we've got some strategies for getting ourselves back up towards the front. One of them is not GT3 swerving in front of us in the straight, but that's how it goes. Yes.
Car on the left. Rejoin in.
Oh, he's destroyed.
Yeah, GT3 1 second back.
Oh no.
So yeah, I mean, as you can hear, lots of things going on, and our strategy of just trying not to be in the middle of it all, as much as it tries to find us, is so far coming to fruition.
It definitely been an eventful lap for you guys, so I'll let you get back to it as you're in a battle right now. But good luck the rest of the way, guys.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, boys.
That being Fusion Sim Sports in the number 19 machine, running 4th in the LMP2 class. Fun to chat with drivers, and I'm getting some questions for how do you join the broadcast. Just be in the Majors Discord in one of those team chats that starts with TS4, and I will find you, especially if you let me know which channel to join. Would love to chat with drivers, especially those who are willing to talk to me. Of course, I can ambush people, but that's not quite as fun, as we're a little off track here from that Fusion number 19. Still pointed in the right direction. iSport GBR number 50 has perished. I saw him off the racetrack. See if we can go catch up with it. That was the one that crashed during the interview. Yeah, just loose under braking, and then into the barrier, destroyed for the number 8 entry, or number 50 entry. Yeah, that is not what you want to see. Another driver spun as well. Don't know who that was. I don't believe they got too heavy damage from that anyway. Pace Syndicate trying to chase down Valkyrie XP Green. And one thing I have to say about this 177 machine, few new drivers, I believe, in this car. What I do have to say is they may not have the raw pace that the other GT3s have, but this car has not put a wheel wrong all day, and that is really impressive to do. Up to 9th in class, up 8 positions from where they started. Kevin Chartier currently driving the car, doing a really great job here. So keep it up, 177 machine. Keep doing what you're doing. Pace Syndicate, Rosemary trying to take the spot away. Need to get a little bit closer than that as they head over into Indianapolis. You can see sun starting to set here. Starting to get a little bit little interesting with the lighting conditions. There's those massive puddles that don't seem to go anywhere. Enough grip in these cars, though, to have us not run over that, which is awesome. iSports GBR back on the racetrack. You bet. 81 machine. Black Flag Motorsports. Maybe chat with you a little bit later as well in that last stint. See how things have gone, how things have progressed and changed. There's a driver off just up ahead. That's a BMW. I believe that is It is Pole Sim Racing Blue. I don't believe they spun. I think they just went off the track. Let's see here. Oh, they did spin, but didn't hit anything. Yeah, just didn't turn. Good job locking it down, not hitting anything. As those are the ones that we've seen a lot of drivers have incidents with today. Paddock GG with the black flag. Probably incident points, I would imagine, although they did just come off pit road. Could also be an unsafe pit exit for their Acura. For those of you who are counting manufacturers, Cadillac leads the overall race. Porsche in second. Acura is third. For the LMP2s, of course, is going to be a Dallara P217, and then a Dallara P217, and then a Dallara P217. Of course. As REC Telemetry by Wizards team takes the lead over Obsidian, as Obsidian Edge is now on pit road. There they are, just exiting the stall. Paddock.gg still going. Oh, we had a car spin up ahead. I believe that was the one of the that was the General Motorsports Charlie had a spin. Let's go see what happened to this car before we go through our rundown. Back a little further, we kind of saw it there, but just simply a little too much power under the hood of this machine coming out of the Ford chicanes. Currently third in class as well, so definitely don't want to throw this away per se. I just caught that turtle, that sausage, whatever you guys call it, and unloaded the car, spun it out. No harm, no foul, though. Everything is just fine. Still running third. A ways behind, about a minute behind Crack.Racing, Racing, who is 30 seconds behind Banana Racing Team, who has just been really doing a great job. Anyway, back to the podiums of the three classes. Start off here. REC Telemetry by Wizards team, they are currently class leaders. Paddock.gg is second, and the team that just pitted. Obsidian Edge GTP, they are third in class. First in class of the LMP2s is GazX Racing Team Nemesis, followed by AITT Revolution eRacing 240, and Team RedX.com SimSport 902. Those are all the drivers first, second, third in that class, that being the LMP2 class. And in the GT3s, Banana Racing Team currently leads, trying to get around that Project 91 machine. They do that successfully. Cracked.Racing is in second, and Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie finds himself in the third spot. And we are in the final hour of this stream, and again, we're going to remind everybody that at the conclusion of this stream, at the conclusion of 6 hours, we will wrap up this part of the broadcast, and then we will take a 12-hour break, and we'll be back at 3 a.m. Eastern Time for the final 6 hours of this race. Bring you to the checker, so we will not see most of the nighttime racing. We'll bring you back to the checker, and then interview with your winners of each of your classes, and then some other fun stuff we can do there. But we will post the link to the video to that stream for the second half. That'll be posted at the conclusion of this event. Make sure to hit the notification icon on the VSPEED channel, which you're currently watching on right now. Like the video, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss that notification, because you're going to want to watch how this race plays out. Safety car has been deployed. Safety car deployed. Oh boy, here we go. This is going to change everything. There we got our first safety car of the day. It's going to happen with 18 hours and 48 minutes left in this 24-hour race. While the REC Telemetry by Wizards team allows the field to collect itself, will see how this works. We got 4 cars caught up as they're right now, I believe, working through the S's. Yes, they are. Slowly working through the S's. We'll keep up to date with all of this. Drivers trying to catch up as quickly as and as safely as possible. As we should be now. Through Tertre Rouge. There we are. There's your leader. I'm sure they will pick up the safety car once they come back around. See a long string of cars here. Well, Black Flag Motorsports, the 81 machine, their goal is to stay on the lead lap for the safety car. Mission accomplished. They find themselves in the 5th position. On the lead lap. One of only 6 drivers on that lead lap, all the way back to Impact Sim Sports Chrome. Here is the field, moving at a snail's pace, a 37 miles an hour, at a point in the racetrack where you typically go about 170 miles an hour. Don't adjust your television set, folks, and no, we are not in slow motion. Most of the field looks like they've gotten caught up. Few drivers still yet to catch up. So drivers working through. That's just how big this racetrack is. Most of the field is hanging out on the backstretch right now. Mulsanne Straight. And these GT3 cars are still working through the Porsche curves on the other side of the racetrack. Exactly half a lap away, so long ways to catch up for Empire Racing and a few others. You can't pass in the situation. You just have to get to the back of the field as quickly and as safely as you can to be able to take advantage of the safety car strategy, pitting, all that stuff. Here in stint number 4 of the Majors 24, this one on VSPEED. Check out Hyperion Racing. They have caught the back of the field. Yeah, very few drivers still have not caught up. The Absolute Motorsports team just working through Tertre Rouge. And I believe they will be, they will be about the last cars to catch up, as we have cars all the way through the S's here. Now on the same straightaway, so we should be getting together here fairly soon. This definitely a very interesting time of the race. Conditions are a little bit treacherous still. It's not fully dry, especially down in Indianapolis, which we're going to hit here pretty soon. Because I believe that means every car has caught up, except for waiting on Impact Sim Sports Chrome. They have to hit pit road, or sorry, they have to catch up. And then so does Team RedX.com SimSport. And as well as iSport GBR. There's only drivers left to catch up to the field. Here are headed up into that second chicane. Yeah, TeamRedX.com. SimSport 902, they can see the back of the pack right now. Everyone now has caught up to it. That was the last driver. So now what does this entail? This safety car, this is going to be interesting to see. If drivers hit pit road here, what exactly happens? We'll see when we get back to the start finish, and we will more than likely take a quick commercial break, of course. Yeah, this safety car is going to last forever. Yeah, it sure seems that way. We're already working on what seems like a 5-minute lap. So, if you stuck along with us this far, we're 46 people strong still in the chat. Appreciate every single one of you for sticking with us here. It has been a very eventful 5.5 hours on this stream. About 41 minutes to go before we sign off for this portion of the event. The middle 12 hours of this race will not be broadcasted. And then we will come back to the final 6 hours at 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Drivers working through Mulsanne Corner up to the run to Indianapolis. Drivers potentially making way for their 8th, 9th, or 10th pit stop of the day, depending on the class and what's brought them to this point in the race. Obviously, drivers who have had incidents have pit more often than those who have had a clean race. Top 3. REC Telemetry by Wizards Team, Paddock.gg, and Obsidian have all pit 7 times. High Caliber Autosports has pit 9 times. And Black Flag Motorsports 81 has pit 8 times. Here in the GTT class. Gonna quickly hit Indianapolis. Well, quickly, maybe not being the right word. There are a few drivers. As some drivers being let around. There's one right there. Others staying in line. Now just head into Indianapolis. In what is one of the longest pace laps that I think could exist anywhere on this earth. I think here, Spa, Nürburgring, probably going to be the longest pace laps you can endure in this kind of format at 37 miles an hour. Excruciatingly slow. Pit limiters turned on, undoubtedly. Just trying to let some of these drivers by. Maybe now might be a good time to go chat with the Black Flag Motorsports 81 team. Let's go back down and talk to them. Frog Leaped Juice Racing Green. It's Morgan up in the V-Speed booth. You got a copy.
Hey, how are ya?
Things are going well for me. How are things for your team?
Oh, I just finished my stint, hopped out of the car. Gavin's now in it. It was pretty smooth. Had a couple little tiny errors, but yeah, we're going all right. We'll just wave around should help us out a bit. So yeah.
Awesome. So safety car
Good
came at a
thanks.
good time for you guys, right?
Yeah, I think so. We just entered the pit when it came out, so yeah, if we can gain a lap back on the leader of our class, it'll definitely help us for sure, because we got good pace in the car.
Awesome. Glad to hear that. Well, while I got you up here, anything you guys want to say here on the broadcast, just make sure to keep it PG.
Yeah, just wanted to thank the whole team at Probably Produced Racing, the Green Team. We've got Juiced Energy, Racecraft Simulations, Speed, Sim Gloves, yeah, and just Braden, the team director. Yeah, and we've also got a team in the LMP2 here as well, doing well. So yeah, hopefully we have a good team result.
Awesome, for sure. And I will probably be back in that final 6-hour stint, so stay tuned for that. I'll try and just listen into how you guys are doing at that point in the race. But good work here running P16 in class. Good luck the rest of the way, guys.
Too easy, thank you. Sorry.
That is Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green, piloted by Gavin Simpson at the moment. Let's get back up to the front of the field as we are now working through the Corvette curves. This, I think, is the opportunity to hit pit road if you want it. A lot of drivers did just pit, so I don't know if it's worth it. I think we'll see a few drivers, maybe MPB Motorsports, hit pit road. There are 11 laps on this stint. Kind of a free pit stop right here if they choose. Let's see if they do take advantage. Yes, they will hit the pit lane, because this basically gives you an opportunity to pit and you don't really lose any time. Some track position possibly, but you're also now on the same section of the racetrack as the leader, so that is good news. See a driver behind them hit pit road. I believe that is Fusion. It is hitting pit road. All right, so we are still under safety car. We're going to take a quick step away, and we'll be back right after some quick commercial breaks for the final half hour of this stream. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. You are watching the Major Series 24 here on VSPEED.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Back here live on VSPEED for the Majors 24. We are under a safety car number 1 of the day. REC Telemetry by Wizards team currently leads the race. Paddock.GG Black in second. Obsidian Edge GTP is in third, rounding out the podium for the overall race. Gazx Racing Team Nemesis leads the LMP2 class with AITT Revolution, iRacing 240 in second, and TeamRedX.com SimSport 902 third in the LMP2 class. Leading the GT3's Banana Racing Team, Cracked Dot Racing, and Adrenaline Motorsports Charlie, your podium currently as they run in the GT3 class. Half an hour left in this stream. Reminder to everybody what we're going to end up doing here. Once this stream concludes here in about 30 minutes, once we cross over that 6-hour mark, we'll do an outro, and that will be it for this stream. We will be back on VSPEED in 12 hours' time. At 3 a.m. Eastern Time, a link will be posted that you, the fans, can get to, of course, if you're following VSPEED channel on YouTube. Hit the notification icon. It'll be posted within an hour after this race has concluded. It'll be in the same place, so you can find it. Don't worry about any of that. Then you will join that session, that stream, in the same session, of course, in about 12 hours' time at 3 a.m. Eastern. There we will bring you to the checker, the conclusion of this race. Ivan Morgan Cook, your lead and your producer here on VSPEED. Check us out, vspeedsim.com, at vspeedsim. Make sure to like the video if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification icon. You don't want to miss what we have on tap, whether it be oval stuff. We have all sorts of different NASCAR races. We got some short track stuff as well. Even tomorrow evening, we've got the Misfit Racing League, and you're going to want to check out a little short track racing and some super late models. Absolutely could not be any more different than this. But if you haven't seen it before, it might be worth a watch for you. A lot of fun stuff we have here on the channel. I want to thank everyone again who allows me to do this. Everyone at VSPEED, Bradley, Eddie, Adam, all the other producers and commentators, some of which are doing shows for majors as well, just for other splits. So that is awesome. Lights are on all these cars. That's pretty cool to see. I got to thank Mike Olette and everyone at Majors for allowing me the opportunity to broadcast this event to you. Hopefully you're finding it enjoyable. And if you aren't, apologies, doing my best. We've got some, you definitely want to stay tuned for that next 6 hours. We do have some interesting changes coming to our production here in just 12 hours time. So some of these things that you're maybe frustrated about right now very well could be fixed here in about 12 hours. Into the chicane, I believe the first chicane. Don't all rush in there at once. I believe this is where we are, though. A little farther away than I thought. Moving at this rapid pace of 37 miles an hour. We're down headed into there we are. Full on straight. Might be going green this time. That is kind of the gist I'm getting. Is that we have the packs together. You've got everyone on the lead lap within a few seconds of each other. Then you have a lap back to Nemesis Racing. And all those drivers on that lap together. Then the 2 lap down and 3 lap down crowd to the leader. So we just had a burst of acceleration. I think we're getting ready to get her wound back up, folks. The virtual safety car. A couple drivers took advantage, making pit stops under this. The first safety car. Spent about the last 15 minutes under safety car here, so definitely has been a long period of time to be pacing. But that's the hazard when you run an 8.5 mile racetrack. Currently watching RAC telemetry by Wizards. Go back to the LMP2s. And back to Banana Racing Team and the GT3s. I think we're about to go green here. Through the treacherous Porsche curves. We've seen them claim a few drivers today. Back down to pace speed before we fire off. In just a few corners time. Agreed. Thank goodness this is not Nürburgring. Holy cow, we'd still be on the first lap. GTP class, ready. LMP2 class, getting ready. GT3 class, ready. Let's get this thing fired off. As for the second time today, the field is bunched up. Let's get ready. To go green again. Oh, spinner! Someone has spun around. Not sure who that was exactly. Purple Machine, another driver spins. Had a lot of issues here in the Ford chicane by all classes all day today. And we are back racing here. GT3s now going to work through the Ford chicanes. One driver hits pit road. So far, so good for all of them. But up front, we got a battle here for the lead. It's Paddock and RET telemetry by Wizards, the gray machine and the black machine. Those are the ones battling for P1 and P2. Other drivers trying to get their laps back. Car's illuminated blue now. We know we're in business. The lights come on. This second overall, Paddock.GG Black. But 1 second, first to second here. Hyperion Racing getting back into it. Remember, they had some hefty damage earlier. They are 14th in class. Excellent battle here. How about a little 3-wide action for you? Potentially. As we head down into what I believe is going to be the second chicane. Yes, it is. LMP2 cars on top of each other. Everyone tied together. Broken Wing Endurance team trying to make a move here on a General Motorsports Charlie. This would be for the podium in class. Gonna make that pass pretty seamlessly. iRacers for fun getting around. The Lumen Motorsports Spark team. Everyone now back in striking distance of one another. This is where you don't want to have any issues. Mercedes making moves. Remember, this driver led a lot of the race early in the Balca Black GT1 machine. Right there. Had an issue leaving pit road, got caught up with another car who missed the exit of pit road. Took them a long time to recover from that. Back up to 5th. Obsidian led some laps early. High Caliber Motorsports. Paddock and REC Tlemchy have all led laps today. Really been a very competitive GTP field. You don't always see that in these endurance races. Definitely seeing it here. AI TT Revolution E-Racing 240 trying to chase down GazX Racing Team Nemesis. This would be the battle for the class lead. As I believe that was SimSport Chrome trying to get around him. Oh, issue here. 499 Racing's on pit lane. That looks like a scheduled pit stop. Under 20 minutes to go until we say farewell on this stream. Remember to stay tuned here on VSPEED, 12 hours time, 3 a.m. Eastern. We'll have another stream, another 6-hour stream here to the conclusion of this Majors 24. Hit the notification icon, like and subscribe to the channel. You're not gonna want to miss what we have in store. Solid battle here for second. Little offline up in the wet stuff. Loses a bunch of time. Not necessarily positions, but that is going to cost him dearly. That's 2.5 seconds already. He's going to fall back into the clutches of Team X Racing. Trying to pass this 35. A lot of sparks. Got the thing really low to the ground. Into chicane number 2. Oh, Hyperion's off in the dirt. Let's go check it out. What happened to Hyperion Racing? Oh, they got in. The 26. DWR got him. Put him off in the dirt. Minimal damage for both, it seems. Uh-oh. It's raining. Black flag for 499 Racing as well. But it is raining here in France again. Paddock.gg trying to chase down the leader. That's 2 cars in front, not the green car, the one in front of the green car. Will they get there? Oh, he spins on his own! That's the second time we've seen Paddock lose it in that corner. They didn't lose any positions, but they sure did lose time. The first time was when they were trying to pass Obsidian and caught a puddle. The second time, caught the wet stuff, and around he went. Raining here in the Porsche curves, not what these drivers want to see. Already had enough incidents in the Porsche curves for quite a while. See a lot of drivers wibbling, wobbling out here. Battle for podium in the GTP class. Colorado Sports Obsidian Edge GTP. Trying to chase down Paddock.gg. In class, Obsidian Edge GTP had a lot of airtime today. Rightfully so. Been up front pretty much the entire race. Placebo International Sim Sport on pit road again for damage. And TeamRedX.com SimSport 902 has caught up to Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue. Gonna try and make a pass here. Is there enough? As they are a ways behind the class leading AITT Revolution iRacing 240 entry. Everyone should be good on fuel for at least another 5 laps. That'll take us to the end of this stream for sure. Shouldn't see any pit strategy changing unless we see another safety car, which would be unfortunate at this juncture of the game since we just had one. But someone clearly went off in that previous corner, left a lot of debris. Debris making another appearance. Drivers weaving back and forth. Seems like we're not raining anymore in this section of the racetrack. Maybe when we get back to the front side of this facility. Working through Arnage. Down into the curves. Porsche, Corvette, and then Ford chicanes. Yeah, there's the rain. So it is raining in this area of the racetrack, but nowhere else. Curious to see if this is going to stay localized or if it'll spread out across the entire surface again like it did earlier in the show. Black Flag Motorsports 81 still hanging around here in 5th position. Doing a great job trying to chase down Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha. Luke Mann and company in the 42. work around a lap car. That is the iSport GBR machine. Saw them with a couple issues earlier in the race, but they're still staying strong. Broken Wing Endurance Team. Scrapping with Cracked Out Racing. It's definitely raining in the in the curves part of it. The Porsche, Corvette, and Ford chicanes. Definitely a little wet on this side of the racetrack. Can't quite get around them. All these McLarens being the same makes it definitely difficult to pass, because there is no advantage or disadvantage based on the car. It's all based on the setup and the driver. See one hit in the pit lane. A few more coming off pit road. 499 and Team DWR Sim Coach setups. Placebo Sim Sports still on pit road. 8 minutes now they've been trying to fix damage. Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha has gotten a black flag, as has Paddock GG Black. Both have received black flags. Paddock GG Black just hit pit road, probably for wet tires. Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha pit 6 laps ago. Curious to see if that's maybe a 45. What happened to them? .45 in the GTP. Yes, Paddock GG. They just hit pit road. Maybe we'll see if they crash. But oh, someone just crashed. Delta just crashed. Trying to get another lap in the wet conditions, I think. Oh, into Indy. We've seen this happen a bunch today. Oh, wow. Oh, my. A tire barrier really got some oomph in it, too. Golly, blown engine and everything. That's probably a day ender for that team. Let's check out on Paddock, Black. I think they just hit pit road. I don't think they crashed. We're right on board with them till the pit stop. Just to make sure I didn't miss something. A bunch of drivers in the gravel behind them. Clearly this ran a little bit harder than the first rain the first time around. As we close in on 1/4 of the way through this race, it is getting spicy out here, folks. Yeah, code brown for a lot of guys, Alexander. Absolutely right. Yeah, 45, still no contact. Almost had some there. Through our nage, a few more corners to go. We are still on a replay here. Another driver just pounded the fence. I think that was what we saw behind us, actually. With the Delta Racing GTP crashing. Yeah, I still haven't seen an issue yet from the 45. On board from this GTP would be nice, sure. Could make that happen. Yeah, he's definitely wheeling it. You can hear him just pedaling it. Try not to touch any of the curbs or anything. Yeah, he just... We didn't pit. Interesting. I still didn't see him crash or anything, so yeah, I'm curious to know what happened to the 45. Let's get back to the live shot here. As Paddock GG, the 45 in fact, is now the leader. Still have a meatball for Delta Racing GTP. They're still on pit road. Adrenaline Motorsports Alpha is on pit road as well. Drivers getting those tires. Just The AITT Revolution. E-Racing 240 takes over the lead in class. The LMP2 still has not hit pit road. Maybe just hit the pit lane for tires. As we are about to hit the darkness. All the headlights are on, and we saw earlier in the show, headlights, you can get away with it in the daytime with no headlights. It's not aerodynamically helpful, but you can do it. At night, you're probably going to want the headlights. There's not a lot of lights around the racetrack, especially once you exit kind of what I would call the stadium section, the Dunlop area and the Ford chicanes. That section has lights, but really nowhere else does. You see down this backstretch, a couple street lights, but nothing really to help you, guide you if you don't have headlights. Before we sign off, let's do a quick podium look at your classes here. We see a driver just off the racetrack behind him. That's the GBR team as well. Paddock.gg is currently the class leader. RAC Telemetry by Wizards team in second. High Caliber Autosports is third in the overall race. 50 in the fence again. 50's had a tough couple laps here. The iSport GBR team is at a difficult last lap. Let's go check it out. They're on those cold rain tires. I think we saw this a little bit earlier, just kind of missed the corner. It's down into Indy. Went okay there. Prototypes lined up behind him. Oh, right there. Locked it up. I don't think he hit anything. No, just locked it up, missed the corner. Great job not making that worse. Anyway, back to the LMP2s. AITT Revolution E-Racing 240 is your leader. TeamRedX.com SimSport 902 is in second, and Frog Leap Juice Racing Blue is in third in class. As far as the GT3s go, Banana Racing Team is your leader. Broken Wing Endurance Team in second. Balka Black GT1 is rebounding. They are up to third. Another issue for the 50, I'm hearing. Maybe in the curves this time. Tough lap for the 50. Crashed in Arnage. Car's damaged, of course. Got a GT or a prototype right behind him. Just trying to get out of the way here. Yeah, not turning terribly well is this car. Shot here. 45 with some issues. Let's go back here and see what happened. That is the struggle of endurance racing, is you don't typically get a break to stop and go back and look at something, which makes things very difficult to keep up with. So apologies if I'm missing things. Back a little further here. New leader, of course, is the 27, the REC Telemetry by Wizards team. High Caliber Autosports moves up to second. Black Flag Motorsports up to third. But we'll see if we can figure out what happened to the 45 here. Still headed here onto the back. We'll see if anything happens in that first chicane, then get back to green here. Here on a replay. This was the class leader. Thought maybe it was going to be right there. Haven't seemed to find this one. We'll get back to the live shot here just because we are about to wrap this one up. So we go back to the live shot. Paddock GG Black falls back to 4th spot in that 45 machine. This has not been a clean race for them, but they are bad fast. Clearly have run up in that top 5 all day, even though they've spun a number of times. Here's your leader, REC Telemetry by Wizards team, driven by Dmitry Linov. Being hounded right now. I believe that is the 971 trying to pass him. Get that lap back. You're into the 4 chicanes for the final time. All right, well, that is 6 hours in the books, folks. So with that, we will bid you adieu. Here, from the Majors 24. Absolutely thrilled to have been a part of this. Got to thank everyone who helped make this thing happen. But for everyone at VSPEED, Bradley, Eddie, Adam, all the other producers and commentators to make this thing happen, I've been Morgan Cook. Stay tuned. There will be a link posted to the next stint, which will be in about 12 hours' time. You're not going to want to miss this. Stay tuned in, everybody. Like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We'll catch you later.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.